Campbell, have you had an adequate opportunity to discuss the documents with Mr. McMillan, who I see is here? That's excellent.
Hello.
Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, I can hear you a bit better, yeah.
Quickly or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't just catch that last sentence, but if you repeat it, I can hear you, yes.
Can you hear me adequately or not?
Yes, I can hear you adequately, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Should we discuss the matter? Wishes to make on the stage.
Good. Okay. Well, we can commence with the agenda for today then. But I'm sorry, Ms. Wilson, you're looking puzzled.
Yes. No, I was just saying that it didn't look like Miss Robinson was on, but she's just joined.
Yes. No, I think she just turned her camera on. She was present. Yeah. Good. Okay. Right. But before I start, I mean, is there? I'd set out the agenda. Well, does anyone have any comment on that? Is there any? Do those questions adequately capture the points that we should discuss today?
I think yes. And I'm grateful to you for. Should have said I'm grateful to you for the extra time. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's fine. Okay. Right. So we will press on. I've set it out with the idea that we should look at the individual effects and the accuracy of the assessment first, and then have a look at the cumulative effects and how they should be assessed of the proposed development on ornithology. So perhaps we can pass on to the first question set out there, which is about the objectives have raised the issue of the comparison of the assessed collision risk with Ben Ska as compared with that for the proposed development. I do have a number of questions, but so perhaps I can start off with that and direct it to Ms. Robinson. What's the explanation? Is there an explanation that needs to be given for the difference between Ben Ska and the assessment for or Ben Ska redesign and the assessment for Ben Aketil? And does it surprise you that there's such a difference?
So I think well, yeah, thank you for passing to us first. I think it's probably important just to explain that the Nature Scott collision risk model was developed by BAND. It is a crude assessment tool, which is quite sensitive to the various parameters that go into it. This includes the level of bird activity and turbine specifications are fed into its various stages. It's got a number of stages which ultimately result in a prediction of a collision risk. And so it's quite important to reiterate that it's a tool and it's not an accurate predictor of collision fatalities. Whilst we're aware that collision mortality has been recorded at onshore wind farms in Scotland, there isn't any evidence that I'm aware of that these estimates predicted for wind farms in Scotland using the collision risk model are in any way accurate. And I think it's really important to understand that point. So the primary purpose of the Nature Scott collision risk model is therefore it's to estimate risks of collision. And where the stages of the model are followed consistently, it's possible to compare these risks between developments and obtain views of relative risks developments pose, as in, are these high, are these low, or are they higher or lower than developments? So in the context of your agenda points, it's appropriate to compare the risks. But the model has been developed to vary estimated risks based on the information that's fed into it. It's not appropriate to infer risks for one development from another, where there's sufficient site-specific information and development-specific information to enable site-specific risks to be estimated. So it's not appropriate to say that because one development has predicted such a risk, another development should therefore have that risk. It's not appropriate because of the information that's fed into it, which is quite site-specific and development-specific.
Mm-hmm. Such as what? So such as the size of the turbines, the swept area. What kind of information is fed into the model that makes the difference?
Exactly. So it would be impossible really for me to cite every scenario of where the collision risk model's estimate might vary. And again, it's a crude, sensitive tool. again, the explanations that we've provided are not really logical if you understand the mechanics of the model. If they're not understood, I've prepared a bit of a summary document in advance of the session. It might be helpful in further understanding the stages of the model and the parameters that are fed into it. I can present it on screen if it's helpful, or summarize it briefly now and submit it later. But I can briefly summarize it and just talk you through sort of where the variation. Yeah. So the collision mortality risk between developments or versions of an individual development vary due to the model parameters and bird activity primarily. In the first stage of the model, we look at bird activity, and that's derived from site-specific surveys of a space and time on a particular wind farm site. And the assumption that a similar mean activity rate occurs across all hours a bird species is active, not just the hours of the survey, then we get a measure of activity that can be scaled up into a larger period of time, such as like a breeding season or a year. So we're getting a measure of bird activity for the specific site. That data then needs to be refined a bit to include only that which is at risk to a development, as in what occurs within the rotor sweep area of the turbines. So once we have that refined mean level, we can apply that to the whole wind farm. Hopefully you're still following me. In general, it's not necessarily therefore the case that larger turbines have more at-risk bird activity, since most species tend to fly low to the ground and therefore are below or in the lower levels of most modern day turbine sweeps. So again, it's not an accurate science in terms of just because wind farms are adjacent. It depends on the nature of the bird activity, and most wind farms require 1 to 2 years of site-specific bird activity, and that can vary between habitats, even in quite close proximity, in my opinion, depending on, for example, distance to nest sites, the habitat features, what birds were doing on a particular day, and what might have influenced that behaviour. Again, there's sort of been no concern raised by any consultees about the bird activity that's been fed into the model, other than maybe we should seek the original operational baseline, which we can discuss as a separate matter. And I think it's irrelevant really in looking at worst case scenarios to assess. And so therefore, we have a bird activity that is fed into a particular model. In the next stage of the model, we look at the probability of a bird colliding with a turbine. So just bear with me, I'll get to the point. And so that looks at the probability of a bird colliding with a turbine that's taking no avoiding action. That's calculated using a fairly standard spreadsheet, and it's presented quite transparently in most technical appendices in wind farm EIA documentation. The stage is needed because only a proportion of the airspace within a wind farm is occupied by the rotating turbine blades. There are typically 3 blades with gaps in between them. And so the probability of collision differs between species. The bird species that's in question, and we'll calculate the probability for. You calculate the probability for each separate species. And so there's bird parameters that go into that, such as like the size and the flight speed. They're generally pretty standard, and I don't feel they're under investigation here. Again, there's been no consultee comments on them. And then also the turbine parameters. So that's sort of like
for white-tailed eagles, it's 95%, which is
no. So that's the avoidance rate. So in terms of what's fed into this stage, it's stuff about like their wingspan. So it calculates sort of roughly what chance a bird moving through a turbine rotor has of hitting the blades, and that's based on how fast it's flying, how big the bird is. The avoidance rate comes a bit later, and I get to that stage. And then we feed in turbine parameters into that stage as well, and that includes like the blade length, the blade thickness, the pitch it's altered at, and also the rotation speed. So again, in general, it's not necessarily the case that and Swig have picked this up in that larger turbines might result in bigger collision risk. It's not necessarily that case really, because the bigger turbines may rotate more slowly, and they have a greater proportion of airspace between the blades than much smaller turbines. So there's much less of a chance of a bird moving through a rotor sweep area of a larger turbine than there is a smaller turbine. And that's what the spreadsheet calculates. So once we have those two stages, the next stage is almost like a multiplication of those steps.
I do have one supplementary question to that.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. If you're still with me, yeah.
If I can ask at the moment. And that's about obviously, larger turbines may rotate slower, but their blade tips may well move faster, even though they're rotating slower than a smaller turbine. Does that make any difference, or is that something taken into account by the model?
Not really. It takes into account in the calculations for the model. Again, it's a very standard spreadsheet which we don't influence. We don't change the calculations of, and so that the spreadsheet itself only requires certain parameters to be fed into it. That the spreadsheet is available on the HSCOT website, and we use that one, and we present it completed with all the parameters that we feed into it, into the technical appendices, and they're available in the EIA documentation. So no, so either the spreadsheet either would or would not take into consideration of that, but that's standard across all wind farm assessments. Answer your question? Is that helpful?
Yes, I think so. So essentially, that it's a standard part of the model, the calculation of the likelihood of a bird being struck. That's
correct?
correct? Yeah.
Yes, it's a standard spreadsheet that everyone should use consistently.
And the features of the bird are standard as well, are they?
Relatively standard. There are certain sources we generally use. Sometimes we might have a bit of a niche species, and we have to find a literature source or an online source that might have its wingspan or its flight speed, but that's quite rare now. We've generally looked at quite a lot of bird species collision risks in Scotland now, so it's quite a good database, whether that's in existing EIA documentation or each consultancy would have it. But the important thing is that you cite the source, and so all the sources that we've obtained those parameters for are cited to be able to be challenged. It's all very transparent. The assessment and the calculations, they can just look a little bit boring.
So the next step.
So the next step is we calculate the number of collisions, and that's done by multiplying the bird activity from the initial step by the probability of collision. And this assumes that, in a way, that the level of activity that we recorded during the baseline surveys will continue indefinitely, as in it's unchanged by the presence of the turbine. So there's no active avoidance. It also doesn't, that calculation also doesn't yet take into consideration any operational downtime, for example, when the turbines aren't rotating. So once we have that, we enter the final stages, and that includes the application of a species avoidance rates, and also a reasonable downtime. The avoidance rates are relatively standard and set out in HSCOT guidance on the use of avoidance rates in the HSCOT wind farm collision risk model. They are currently 95% for white-tailed eagle and 99.8 for golden eagle. It also and then generally we factor in about a 15% downtime factor. So estimating that turbines are operating about 80% of the time. Again, information from the developer might vary that. For example, they could estimate that the turbines will be active a bit longer, and at which point that factor is just varied, but it's set out again quite transparently to be challenged or amended if a more cautionary or less precautionary downtime is required by consultees. So that results in our collision risk model estimates for specific sites. So there's quite site specific and development site specific factors, which doesn't really allow us to, as I said, infer collision risk from one to another, but simply compare them.
But if the type of site is fairly similar, would you not expect fairly similar result? I mean, after all, there is within the assessment that you've done for the application, there is some assumption about bird activity, for instance, around one of the turbines. I think it's turbine 5 that for which there wasn't a viewpoint survey. So you you might make some assumptions about within your own assessment for this wind farm about the type of bird activity that's taking place. I mean, would you not make a similar kind of rule of thumb assessment between one development site and another if the type of terrain is similar?
That happens in the wind farm development itself. I've not come across that we've taken data from an adjacent development and in a way glued it into another wind farm. You've got to make sure that the way in which the data is captured in space and time has been consistent, and it allows us to work with the data to reduce the collision risks. But
you don't think as a kind of sense check, and I think that's the. I'll leave Mr. McMillan to make his own point, but is that not a kind of sense check you can make there? If the terrain is similar, then you would expect sort of similar result. Is that not?
Not necessarily. If we've got sufficient information that covers the turbine, and if I can go back to the first step of the model, gaps in so the way in which we get the bird activity is from an observation of a view shed, and sometimes there are gaps. Sometimes we can't fill them all perfectly because of topographical features or maybe site access, and it's not uncommon. However, the model accounts for that because it creates a mean level of activity within that view shed, taken, and then they're sort of added up and then divided. And so actually the level of activity across that specific wind farm site, any gaps and limitations are accounted for by applying that mean to the whole wind farm area. Now, the wind farm area is different to the view shed area because the wind farm area is almost like a buffer around the turbines, whereas the view sheds provide coverage of that buffer. Mm-hmm. And so what we're doing is applying what has been seen to the wind farm area, and that's the observations that have been made from those view sheds repetitive. They're undertaken over a long time, and that's what Nature's Got guidance requires us to do, the recommended bird survey methods to inform onshore wind farm development. It requires us to undertake a certain amount of time, and that was achieved for this site. So actually, there's no limitation in the bird data sample that we have, and being able to extrapolate that bird data that we have specifically gathered and is contemporary for that wind farm site and apply it to a model for this wind farm. There's no need, in my view, to take data from elsewhere. Would be standard practice.
Before I pass on to Ms. Miller, do you have one other question that's arising from what you said, and that's at the beginning of what you were saying was that you said that we shouldn't necessarily take the data, the results of the collision risk assessment as accurate. Doesn't that rather undermine all the evidence here, or is there something you wanted to say further about that?
No, not necessarily, because that applies to all wind farm developments in Scotland that have used the Nature's Got collision risk model. It's the only tool that we have to assess these collision risks. Whilst it might not be accurate, it's a tool that we have, and the assumptions and the limitations of the model have to be acknowledged if Nature's Got requires us to use it.
Right. Is it so? Are the results? The results tend to be an overestimate or an underestimate, or can they be either?
Again, I think I tried to set out that it's not a measure of mortality. It's not a measure of how many birds will collide. It's a measure of risk, which allows us to compare the risk between developments. So whether say if a collision risk estimates the collision risk model estimates 2.45 birds per annum, which for me seems very high, depending on the species. It doesn't mean that is the amount of birds that would fatally collide with turbines. It should be seen as a measure of risk compared to other developments.
But it's the prediction, isn't it?
It is. It's the prediction of risk.
Well, it's not just the prediction of risk; it's the prediction of mortality, isn't it? I mean, even obviously, you can't know in advance what the mortality is going to be, so you have to predict it. So
again, that's what people that's what consultees can sum and can advise on, but there is no evidence that those risks are realised, that they're likely precautionary, very precautionary.
Okay, so you're saying they're very precautionary.
In my view, yeah, based on the evidence that we have of onshore collision fatalities I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, you wanted to come in and I talked over you.
Missed the sentence, but it doesn't allow this sense of.
Okay, that's fine. Good. Okay. So, well, Mr. Macmillan, can I come to you? There's quite a lot to take in, but perhaps is something you want to respond on?
I think there's one or two observations. From a personal perspective, I worked in this area for 15 years, but studying the hen harrier population. And that was a personal study. I wasn't working on behalf of wind farms. I think one of the difficulties with the model, and some would say it's not fit for purpose, but you've had in terms of the comparisons between adjacent areas, what we have to understand that these are adjacent areas. They're literally just hundreds of meters apart. So we're talking about the same complex of hills that would be used for soaring, displaying, and such like. And in terms of the Aketil activity, you now have an existing wind farm in place. So it's extremely difficult to try and get a collision risk assessment when an existing wind farm is in place. Mm-hmm. The only way you'd be able to do that effectively if you use the model is to remove that wind farm completely, mm-hmm. and give yourself 2 years and carry a new assessment. Mm-hmm. And I suspect that the collision risk assessment would be significantly different if you actually did that. And the same also applies to, obviously, Ed and Bain, where the 2 wind farms are in existence. And the collision risk assessments that were carried out for Aketil and for Ed and Bain were at a time in the early part of this century, around 2000, mm-hmm. when the white-tailed population was probably just about 20% of what it is now. So you have a burgeoning white-tailed eagle population, so that the initial collision risk assessments that were made there were primarily related to golden eagles. And that's now changed significantly. So, and that's one of the difficulties in using this tool to try and predict. So if we remove Aketil and carry out collision risk assessment, it'll be totally different to what's predicted here, and probably similar to what's on Ben Scar that's just on the doorstep. So that's just one of a basic. I'm not a statistician. I'm primarily a bird observer, and that's one of the difficulties with these models, mm-hmm. That they sometimes bear little relation to reality. The only other point I would make is in respect of trying to establish mortality. And maybe later on we'll come to this, because we know that there's been 2 instances where white-tailed eagles, have been the victims of turbine strikes. Mm-hmm. And the first one I was directly involved in myself. But one of the problems is that from the outset of the developments in Skye, it's been made quite clear that there was no funding available to carry out mitigation measures such as searches for carcasses. So trying to measure the amount of mortality, is actually almost impossible unless you do that. And the reason that was suggested right from the outset by SNH, as it was then, was lack of, there was no funding, and the wind farm developers would not provide the funding for searches to be made below turbines. So mm-hmm. in an area where you've got fairly high predation levels by other raptors, by ravens, by foxes, the chances of you of anyone finding a carcass, after a day or two reduces significantly. So that's all I would say.
So you're suggesting? Are you suggesting then that mortality of white-tailed eagles has been higher than the two that have been reported?
I would certainly suggest that's the case. That it's probably significantly higher, because there's just nobody moving in these areas to actually find the carcasses. And you have to find the carcass within a day or two of a turbine strike. Otherwise, the likelihood is it's going to disappear.
Okay. Mr. Robinson is not on camera. Are you there, Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm just trying to save some bandwidth, just in case anything.
Right, okay. That's fine. So do you want to respond to that, and just if you could cover off the point about carcass searches? Are carcass searches done for the existing Ben Aketil?
They are, to my knowledge, the
Are not.
operation. They are not. They are not.
Right.
As part of as I understand, the operational monitoring protocols for Ben Aketil, which have been undertaken for a very long time and for many years, was agreed in consultation with NatureScot, and what they include for are vantage point observations. So essentially, the baseline, similar to the baseline surveys that we would do to establish flight activity for onshore wind farms. They're undertaken from fixed points, and they were designed to observe bird behaviour in response to the wind farms. My view is that if there were any incidental observations of fatalities, they would have been reported within the monitoring reports. But within the monitoring reports that I have seen, that there've been no reports. Again, that I don't believe that how the operational monitoring for Ben Aketil is under question, because it's been done as it was prescribed with NatureScot. And no, it hasn't included for carcass searches. I took with interest what Bob has said, and if he believes that collision mortality on Skye has been much higher, it certainly hasn't impacted the growth of the white-tailed eagle population on Skye. Since these developments have become operational. It's increased quite substantially in the face of the operation of these developments. So whilst I believe, and Bob may correct me, that the 2 wind farm fatalities on Skye that have been reported by RSPB in their submission on the proposed development, and subsequently on other cumulative wind farms on Skye currently going through the termination process, they're attributed to Edinburgh. And we can, in a way, if we do have reported collisions from a wind farm, we can provide an estimate of what that collision mortality would be, but that would be based on what would have been recorded and reported, and so what is certain, and the operational lifetime of the wind farm. And so, even the 2 collisions that have reported, it does represent a very small collision risk if you look at it in the context of the operational lifetime of the wind farm.
If you base it on just 2 reported mortalities,
just 2 that have been reported and confirmed. There's no other evidence that I'm aware of, or that Bob has presented there, that say there's been any more fatalities actually recorded. It's just theory.
Sorry, I can see Dr. Robinson has got his hand up. That's Dr. Andrew Robinson. Ms. Robinson, do you want to? Is there anything further you want to say about more generally about Bob's answer there, about the comments, not just about the carcass searches, but beyond that? I think you're broadly in agreement about that the tool is not necessarily accurate. But your view is that it's more precautionary and may not.
It's more precautionary. Sorry, apologies. It potentially is more precautionary. And again, as I said, collision events do occur, and they are reported, and we are made aware of them. The issue is, this is the only tool that we have, and so it has to be taken at the value that it estimates. And that's across all wind farm developments, as long as the methodology is followed consistently. It does allow us to compare and compile risks. Whether or not they are accurate is a separate matter.
Right. Dr. Robinson, sorry, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm quite happy to be referred to as Andrew on this call if it makes it simpler with the Robinsons and the doctors and everything. That's fine. First of all, I wanted to re-emphasise the geographical layout and similarity of these two wind farms. I would ask whether Ms. Robinson has visited the site and looked at the existing layout of Ben Aketil and also compared that to the layout of Ben Scar, which is within 1.5 kilometres of Ben Aketil on the same hillside geographically. Did I ask that through the chair?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that that's a relevant question, but in terms of me being able to examine flight data in relation to the wind farms and turbines, I think that's sufficient.
So you haven't, I mean, again.
No, I haven't visited the site.
Okay. You said that the, again, through the chair, if I may, you said the bird activity surveys haven't been queried by NatureScot or the RSPB and that your flight activity data is adequate. But the RSPB point, NatureScot recommended a minimum of 2 years of monitoring flight activity, and the RSPB point out that 1 breeding season's missing from your flight activity. You actually only undertaken surveying for 20 months, and that 1 breeding season is missing from the flight activity data that you include in the Ben Aketil surveys. So you're not actually following NatureScot guidance.
Well, that's slightly off the point of the comparison with Ben Scar, but I understand where you're coming from. That's kind of a potential, setting out a potential reason why the two figures might be different. Okay, is that perhaps?
I'm wondering where the adequacy of the flight bird activity data used by the applicant is covered within your question.
Well, I'm fine for you to address that now, Mr. Robertson.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. So it seems to me that the RSPB raise, it should have been done over 2 years, and it's actually only been done from March 2021 to December 2022. So 1 breeding season missing. And then further, there are gaps in the view sheds that are used, which is acknowledged by the applicant. So there are areas where flight activity has been in the blind spots from their viewpoints. Baseline data hasn't been used for a number of two of the most northerly turbines, and that those 2 turbine locations haven't been covered by moorland breeding survey area for that. And there's no explanation for why that is. It seems to me there are several small points that add up to issues with the applicant's original bird activity data. And then there is another, there's one more issue that's arisen, which is about the overlap between the view sheds. I'm happy to address that again in a minute.
Well, these were all points that were responded to by the applicant in their written submission, and there weren't points that were raised specifically by Mr. Campbell in his request for the hearing. Nonetheless, I'm happy for them to be addressed. Do you want to cover the points that Nicole Robinson? You want to cover the points that Dr. Andrew Robinson has raised?
You could call me Nick, but Miss Robinson's fine. Don't want to really confused or bring another name to the. There's quite a lot of points in there, and some that were not understood to be part of this agenda, and as you have said, have been dealt with quite extensively, we believe, in the written submissions. I think, as I understand, and Andrew, I'm happy for you to interject it if I'm correct. You've also brought into, this is outside the realms of collision risk data. This is to do with breeding bird survey data, and which is not related to the collision risks of white-tailed eagle or golden eagle. So I feel that's a bit off topic. If it still remains, we can follow up with a further written submission if the reporter wants to entertain that. But I don't really feel it needs to be addressed. It is addressed in a written submission, and we can have confidence that it has. We've already responded to that. I've also responded to the gaps in the viewshed, and that this is generally taken into consideration in the estimation of bird activity using the steps of the model. I can only repeat what I've said already.
Is there anything specific about the written response that the applicant has given that you wanted to raise that might, Dr. Owenson? Bearing in mind that the applicant gave a written response both to RSPB Scotland's comments and also to SWIG.
Well, just that whatever the applicants say in their written data, the viewpoint analysis has only been carried out for this period between March and 2021 and December 2020. In the face of the advice from Nature Scotland, it should include 2 breeding seasons, and it doesn't.
But Nature Scott is not objecting, is it?
No, but they're also, the applicants are not following Nature Scott guidance in that circumstance.
I can respond to that point if that's helpful.
Yeah.
So yes, Nature Scott guidance does say it recommends 2 years of a minimum of 2 years of bird survey is undertaken unless there is sufficient site-specific data already in existence. Now, I would say that the vault of operational monitoring data, which we summarise within the technical appendix of the EIA report, is quite would be considered quite a substantial amount of existing information on the flight activity of key bird species from which we can look at patterns of behaviour and provide judgment as to whether or not a further season of survey will provide a wildly different collision mortality risk than what has already been predicted on the data set used. In my view, there is an absence of that, and Nature Scott has not disagreed, and it is not required the further season to be completed.
So, and the data on post-consent modelling is set out in technical appendices of the EIA, isn't it?
It's summarised in terms of the levels and patterns.
Mm-hmm. So,
again, if I may, it isn't unusual for other wind farms to progress without a minimum of 2 years data, providing there is sufficient confidence from Nature Scott in particular that a further season of data isn't required.
I suppose I'd come back to my contention, our original contention, that Ben Scar, immediately adjacent to this wind farm, calculated when it was a 9 turbine development, calculated a collision mortality risk of 3.47 birds per year, and yet Ben Aketil applicants come up with a collision rate of
about 0.5, yeah.
0.5, yeah. So about 1/7 of the amount, and yet the two are geographically immediately adjacent. Current configuration of Ben Aketil exactly mirrors the proposed configuration of the new Ben Scar, and the applicant should have, whether it's required by Nature Scott or not, just as a good practice for managing their wind farm, taken note of how many bird kills there have been over the period of operation of that, and to not do that, whether it's advised by Nature Scott or not, given that every day site operators are up there maintaining those turbines, because I see the vans driving onto site every day from home, and it would be perfectly possible to have those figures available fairly easily without much resource implications, and that they haven't produced them, I don't think indicates good management of the existing wind farm, or good faith really in terms of analysing what is the likely collision rates for the new wind farm.
If I may pipe up just before I pass over to the developer and the legal team on that point, because I think that's probably to make more for them. as part of the proposed development, so that is the extended and repowered developments, there is a commitment to do that. There is a commitment to undertake carcass searches and to further their understanding of such. So that matter that you raise, Andrew, respectfully, is to do with the operational site. It is not to do with the development under consideration here.
Just a moment, Dr. Robinson. Mr. Campbell, you want us to come in?
I can do it on friction.
Okay. Well, perhaps you both put your hands down and I'll come back to Mr. Robinson, Dr. Robinson, yeah. Your virtual hands. Right, that's great. Dr. Robinson, what were you going to say?
About frozen.
I'm afraid Dr. Robinson's frozen. Well, I'm not sure if he can, perhaps he can come back to him when he reconnects. Mr. McMillan, have you got anything to add on this point about why the comparison might be so, why the two figures might be so different?
No, I can't really add anything. I mean, I'm not a statistician. I'm merely an observer, and I find it highly improbable that there would be a significant difference between the two. But that's just an observation, you know, because you are dealing with flight lines throughout that whole area. And I think if you go to pre-construction of Aketil and Edenbane, you would find extensive use, certainly by golden eagles, you know, over that whole area, because although there maybe weren't breeding pairs there, there were a significant number of sub-adult birds, and they were utilising the area uniformly. And as I say, the difficulty is you've had this burgeoning white-tailed eagle population, which is, you know, I agree completely that it's been doing exceptionally well and has been expanding all the time. And that's one of the factors that I don't think the collision risk model is able to kind of put into context in terms of established wind farms. And that's the difficulty. If you have an established wind farm, you know, how can you judge that the collision risk mortality for that in 2000 or 2002, wherever it was, is the same now? Because that to me, in the case of simple deduction, just doesn't really make a lot of sense.
But we are where we are. I mean, is there a better way, a way that might be more consistent with the approach of Ben Scary design that the applicant should have used?
Well, the difficult, well, I think in a sense you have to look at the modelling in terms of other adjacent sites. And, you know, when you have an anomaly like this, it's unfortunate that we can't see what there is in relation to Edenbane, you know, and that might give some kind of comparison as an existing site. But I suppose it just illustrates the deficiency in the model. And I don't think necessarily the advice coming from Nature Scott in terms of what I've seen is terribly helpful, because it doesn't take into account, you know, the number of birds overflying the area. If we take the number of large raptors, mainly golden eagles and white-tailed eagles, the actual dynamics of that has changed quite significantly over that period. And it's unlikely that it'll continue to change as the white-tailed eagle population expands. And it's a question of whether, you know, 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, you know, annual casualties is acceptable. you know, because of the model, or in reality, in terms of whether losing that number of birds from a population in which there's a huge investment of is acceptable. And this is only a very small area in the context of developments throughout Scotland. I know we're not talking about the rest of Scotland, but the reality is that the population is expanding and it's going to go into other areas.
We'll come on to the issue of the cumulative impact of the proposed wind farms, assuming that that's what you were talking about, rather than just the effect of this development. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I've got Dr. Robinson and Dr. Andrew Robinson and Nicole Robinson with their hands up. Can you put yourself hand, Nicole Robinson, to in response to what Mr. McMillan was saying there? Is something you want to say in response to what he was saying?
Yeah, I think this is you know, again, I've listened to what Bob has said, and I understand the points that he's making. If I can separate the two eagle species for now, so we have a golden eagle, and the key impact on golden eagles, in my view, in the view of Nature Scott, in relation to this development, and what the extensive evidence on displacement from golden eagles has shown us, and this is all discussed in our written submissions with full references, is that collision risk, whilst not absent for golden eagles, is likely to be very low and very rare. And that displacement is the more important impact to assess, and which we have done very transparently and extensively within the EIA report. The assessment was done by an independent species expert, Dr. Alan Fielding. And so, you know, I feel that the impacts on golden eagle are addressed differently, and maybe we don't need to discuss that. I'm happy to do so, but, you know, just to try and separate the species for a minute in terms of speaking about them both and bringing some confusion, and that, you know, this species is assessed quite differently. Whereas if we go back to white-tailed eagle, at the time of the operational development, and this is something that consultees have raised, why haven't we used the original baseline information prior to the construction of the operational Ben Aketil Wind?
But that's a further question I was coming to, but we can.
It is. I can answer now. Oh, we can wait. We can go in order. Well, it's up to you. I'll just throw my hand.
Go ahead and explain that. Yeah.
So at the time of the baseline surveys, the re-establishment of white-tailed eagle population through introduction efforts was only just occurring, and, you know, so the population and level of activity was very small. And so if we take that baseline data, in my professional view, it does not provide a worst case in assessing the wind farms,
because there were far fewer.
There were far fewer and so low. Again, we set out a brief summary of what those 2002 to 2003 bird seconds of white-tailed eagle activity were recorded, and they were very small in comparison to what we recorded in more contemporary baseline studies. And so I would have to dismiss the use of the operational data set, the baseline for it, in undertaking collision risk models in this day, because it would not present a worst case scenario for us to assess, and that is not good practice. So I cannot accept the use of that data, even though it would have, for white-tailed eagle, been in the presence of no turbines. We do come to there is another point on the agenda where SWIG have raised a number of potential inconsistencies with our documents, and we can speak about them at the time. But either way, you know, that what the data has that we have to inform the assessment of the development operation is, you know, a snippet from what the baseline data set for the operational wind farm is, and that shows a very low level of white-tailed eagle activity. We have the operational monitoring reports, which are summarised in the technical appendix of the proposed developments EIA documentation. Just stop me if any of these words get muddled. And which does indicate that white-tailed eagles have shown very little avoidance of the operational turbines. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily collision. It just means that their behavioural responses to the wind farm happens at a much closer distance, in a way, It's not that, we're recording them flying into turbines, because that hasn't been reported. It just means that their behavioural responses occurs, quite close to the turbines. And so in the third data set that we have, which is the baseline surveys that were specifically commissioned for the proposed development, we have much higher levels of activity. There's no sort of inconsistency between referencing to white-tailed eagle activity around the development. They're just different sources. But each of them, in a way, state and clarified that the white-tailed eagle activity since the operation of the Ben Aketil Wind Farm has increased and has remained in close proximity to the operational turbine. So again, I'd have to dismiss that there's sort of any significant limitation to using the more contemporary baseline data set in establishing risk for this proposed development. I think it's the best available data set that we have to do so, and will present the worst case for the development.
That's the view shed done for the proposed development, together with the post-construction monitoring, or without the...
With the post-construction monitoring. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that helpful? There was a lot of switching between the developments there, but just let me know. Happy to sort of answer any questions. I see John and Andrew both got their hands up.
Well, I think I followed it, but there may be questions. Just a sec. So, well, if I could come to Mr. Campbell first, then I'll come to you, Dr. Robinson. I'm sorry we lost you for a moment there, so we carried on, but I haven't forgotten that you had questions to ask. So, Mr. Campbell, can I take you first?
Just wanted to get Nicole Robinson's confirmation that she's not responsible herself for compilation of any of the data sets. Her work in this case has been confined to interpretation of the work of others.
That's correct. The details of all the surveyors that have undertaken the work is presented in the technical appendix.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Andrew Robinson?
Well, a couple of points. I mean, I think we've strayed on to discussing paragraph 11, didn't we, in John's email here, whether contradictory things within the applicant's response to the SWIG submission.
Yes, we did, that was just discussed. Yeah, I think.
I'll take that first. I didn't really understand Ms. Robinson's explanation of why at one stage in their report they say there's a very low level of flight activity recorded during baseline surveys for white-tailed eagles. Then they go on to say they show very little avoidance of the operational Ben Aketil array. And then in the original, in their EIA technical appendix, they say there's a significant increase in overall activity of white-tailed eagles. That activity level's 3 times higher than in 2017.
Let's deal with that point, and then we can, if you've got further points, we'll come back to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So go over that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's no inconsistency. What SWIG referred to is, as I've said, is information from different sources and different timeframes, which we presented. So the first point is the applicants claim a very low level of flight activity recorded during baseline surveys. So a very low level of white-tailed eagle activity was recorded during baseline surveys for the operational Ben Aketil Wind Farm.
That's back in 2002, 2003.
In 2002, 2003, I think it's roughly around 221 seconds of bird time. And that's in the technical appendix, 8.1, and also within our written submission. The second point is white-tailed eagles display very little avoidance of the operational Ben Aketil way. So during the operational monitoring, white-tailed eagles have been observed, as is summarised in the technical appendix 8.1 of the EIA report, to approach the operational Ben Aketil relatively closely. So sort of small scale micro avoidance. The avoidance, as I said, seems to take place quite close to the turbines, although no collision events are reported in the monitoring reports I've had sight of.
So you've observed an increase in white-tailed eagle activity in the site as compared with the baseline surveys back in 2002, 2003.
And so the third point is, around what SWIG have said is there's been a significant increase in overall activity. Yes, well, that's correct, because there's substantially more bird seconds have been recorded during the flight activity surveys that have been done in more modern times. So within the contemporary data set, we have more bird seconds. So again, it's just a reference to different sources of information.
And your assessment of or the prediction that comes from the model of collision risk for white-tailed eagle for the proposed development is much higher than what came out of the model for the existing development. Is that correct?
So there was no model.
Oh, there was no model, right? Okay.
There was no model, as far as we're aware. So if I can provide some context on that point. So the information that the original EIA, the EIA documentation for the operational wind farm, I understand comes in two parts. There is a 2002 environmental statement, which was available to the EIA project team at the time of the Section 36 application for the proposed development. However, there was subsequently a 2004 supplementary report, which I haven't seen. I'm not aware of, but some of the data is summarised in the monitoring report for golden eagle for white-tailed eagles, and so we don't know if any collision risks were predicted for the operational site. However, I don't think that's an omission, because even if there was, the risk would be very, very small based on the level of activity, the bird seconds that were recorded, if that was all at risk to the wind farm. But as far as I'm aware, it occurred, the white-tailed eagle activity that was recorded in the 2002-2003 baseline surveys occurred in a specific area away from the turbines. And that's sort of within the 2002 ES itself. And so the risk, in my experience of using the nature collision, the collision risks were very, very small, if discernible at all.
We don't necessarily need to go over the risk for the existing wind farm.
That's okay.
Or the predicted risk for the existing wind farm. But right, I perhaps shouldn't have raised it. Dr. Robinson.
Yeah, the point I was going to make before my web connection failed. Apologies for that. This hasn't been tabled, but maybe Ms. Robinson might be able to mention it to enlighten us anyway. The original technical appendix 8.2 for the EIAR, that's CD 1.007, technical appendix 8.2, they state that where the view sheds overlap, that the overlaps have been clipped to remove the overlap in their original calculations for bird mortality. Is that not the case, that therefore is also likely to result in an underestimation of the likely flight activity within the area, and therefore once again a reason for why the collision risk figures presented by the applicants are lower than they should be? Using Ben Scar, of course, as an example of somewhere where perhaps they've done a better job and they're showing a more likely collision.
That does raise an entirely new question, which I don't think has been addressed anywhere. I don't know if there's. Do you follow what's being asked?
Yeah, I do. I'm happy to provide it.
You happy to respond to it? Okay.
If it's helpful. So, as I said, the level of bird activity that we feed into model comes from space and time and also duration. So, what Nature Scott guidance requires us to do is to watch a part of a wind farm for 72 hours a year. And so if we have overlapping view sheds, so therefore the same amount of space is watched doubly in a way, then we collect more bird data. And so either way that the activity can either be clipped out, or the amount of observation time that is from which the mean level of activity is increased. So either way, it results in a fairly similar level of activity, because either we include the activity or we increase the number of hours over which that area was looked at. Does that make sense? So say if I have,
What's the reason for doing it? Is it because otherwise it would be double counting?
It's double counting.
Mm-hmm.
But then surely you should be using the weighting process to come up by weighting both of the figures for the times that the birds are within those overlap areas to come up with an estimate of overall bird activity. because you've just clipped them out rather than use that weighted activity, then your, well, not yours, avian ecology, who did the original report, their estimated bird flight activity figures are lower than they would have been if that weighted process has been used.
Can you just explain what you mean by a weighted process? Bear in mind you're dealing with a...
Yeah, I'm struggling myself. I mean, you've got different ways of assessing overlaps. Because birds, the birds will be seen from different view sheds at different times. And as I understand it, that the calculation should be made of the weighted mean occupancy of each of those areas, which gives the most accurate reflection of the frequency of occupation of those areas by birds, given that you're viewing them from two different places. An alternative method, which avian ecology have chosen to use here, you just remove the overlaps, but that reduces the bird activity figure. So it results in a lower level of bird activity to feed into your collision monitoring.
Not necessarily, because it depends maybe how the view shed was clipped, and generally it would be, if that process is taken, it would be clipped to obtain the higher level of flight activity, because that's fair and good practice. And so actually the effort is made to retain the flights but reduce the area and the time. So as I said, it's to remove the double counting. It's not to in a way remove flight activity, even though some might be lost through the clipping exercise.
I understand avian ecology have been pulled up for doing this on other wind farm applications before. And
that's irrelevant that we're talking about this application now, I believe.
Well,
I think without notice of evidence of that kind of thing, Dr. Robinson, I don't think we can really pursue that. You would have to,
I take that. Yeah, I didn't realise, of course, that evidence was going to be allowed to be tabled in the last day or two in the way that it has been, or perhaps we would have tabled it some time ago. But anyway, I'll accept.
Well, the matters to be discussed at this were set up at the suggestion of SWIG. Yeah. So if you wanted to add to that, add to them. They've been added to before now, but you do need fair notice of the topics. The submission of evidence has just been in relation to the particular topics that are being discussed, I think, and I don't think any objection has been taken to it. So,
okay, I accept that.
Yep. Okay.
One point I would wish to make at this stage is that Dr. Robinson, when he's asking questions, strays into making closing submissions, which go wider than the questions that we've had. And it's not appropriate in this type of hearing session for closing submissions to be made.
So closing submissions. Well, I take your point, but it does flag what Dr. Robinson's submission might be. But yeah, no, and just in terms of concision, it might be easier if we just stick to evidence. So having said that, we're reaching 12:33 now. If anyone wants a comfort break, we could maybe take 5 minutes. I do want to press on. Mr. Campbell?
Just wanted to make a point that my email of the 5th of June wasn't intended to be a draft agenda for you. It's a motion, this hearing to take place at all. I didn't on purpose set a fully comprehensive set of arguments. They were simply pointers to try to persuade you, which I think is sensible, holding. But here we are. Source's point in response.
Okay.
Major Spirit, Dr. Andrew Robertson is ignorant of the limit within which he must keep his evidence. I'm sure he'll take it.
Yeah. But I just in response to that, I don't think, I set out in arranging the hearing that we would deal with the topics raised in your email. So I think at that point, that was the point at which the topics were to be set. And if you wanted to raise more specific topics, I think that would be the point at which you say. But I mean, we have, in actual fact, we have dealt with the topics that Dr. Robinson has raised.
I'm happy to accept that the overlap issue only results in a small variation in the likely bird activity there, but make the point that the clipping out overlaps rather than using a weighted average does reduce once again flight activities. But I think I didn't take.
Well, I'll give Dr. Robinson an opportunity to respond to that before we move on, and well, perhaps Mr. McMillan first, and then Dr. Robinson, and then Mrs. Robinson.
Yeah, it was just the point that Nicole made about white-tailed eagles flying through turbines or floating with turbines is well established. But really, to put that into context, if that's what you base your calculations on, you've really got to look at the neighbouring area, because on the principle that 95% of white-tailed eagle flights will avoid the turbines, in the adjacent area, you would really need to look at the flight lines to try and establish what that was likely to be, what the true activity was likely to be, because birds that were proceeding through that area on a relatively broad front at the moment. And that's the only observation I would make on that. I think it is well known that whitetails will flip with turbines, hence the reason, you have a 95% avoidance rate rather than golden eagles, which avoid them completely.
So Nicole Robinson, did you want to follow up on Dr. Andrew Robinson's point and on Mr. McMillan's point?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, whilst I've listened and appreciate the points that Dr. Robinson's made, that there, from a consultee's perspective, that there has been no concern raised on mechanics of the model, and they are set out very transparently, and as Dr. Robinson has reviewed it and in a way been able to raise that point. However, there's been no assertion from Nature Scott, whose collision risk model it is, that there has been any significant underestimation of effects, and that these are the risk that's been calculated is not appropriate. The modelling steps and processes are set out very transparently, and they have not found fault in them.
In respect, it's not a test for the reporter.
No, it isn't, but it is fact.
Test.
Can we not get the discussion should be through me, Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
And you can make your submissions at the time you're making your submissions on that point, unless the point of evidence you wanted to raise.
Well, the point of evidence is that this witness has repeatedly insulted through the oral contribution to this discussion. Nature Scott has not objected to this or that or the next thing. I'd like to ask her if she agrees with me through you that it is not the test for ultimately accepting or rejecting the evidence that she gives.
What, that Nature Scott agrees or not?
Yep.
Well, I think Mrs. Nicole Robinson, you'd accept that? That's not the test.
I guess it, as Nature Scott specifically on the collision risk estimates, it is Nature Scott's collision risk model. So I think actually their say does count for something, and it is their model and their understanding of how the model should be followed and used. So I think it is relevant, I'm afraid.
Submission point.
Dr. Robinson, you had to further.
Yeah, on the if are we about to leave question 1, or is there more to be said on this particular issue before we leave question 1?
I think we've covered a number of points in the. I was going to go through and work out what we haven't discussed on the first section of the agenda. So
if I could just make one more point then in relation to what Ms. Robinson said earlier on, and it's a bit of a side issue, but she talked about taller turbines causing lower rates of collision mortality because birds fly lower and would likely be flying beneath the sweep of the turbines.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where we're at with the applicant's side proposal for 180-meter high turbines, but that side proposal for 180-meter high turbines maintains the length of the rotor blades at 77 meters. They don't reduce the size of the rotor blades. They just reduce the height of the turbines by 20 meters. So inevitably, the applicant's proposal for 180-meter high turbines, which I believe we haven't really looked at this inquiry because it should be a separate application, that 180-meter high turbines would reduce the height of the swept rotor area and therefore be more likely to kill birds through collision risks, bearing in mind that's the point Ms. Robinson pointed out at the start.
Are you aware of the proposal, Nicole Robinson, to have lower turbines, 180 meters to fit? It's a kind of an alternative assessed by the applicant. I'm sorry that again this is a new point, so possibly it's something that the applicant would want to consider and respond to subsequently.
It was raised in SWIG's written submission.
Was it? I'm sorry. Was it?
Yeah.
I missed that. Okay.
I think it's something that we could if we're breaking for a comfort break, we can have a quick discussion on. It might be that I just have to double check the way in which the collision risk data was used, because generally a precautionary approach is to if height. So when we collect bird data in the field, it's put into height bands.
Mm-hmm.
And they are generally designed to accommodate varying turbine specifications. And if there's sort of some uncertainty or overlap, the decision is usually made to incorporate more flight activity. And so there's sort of bands of activity. And so usually, well, the approach should always be is to include more flight activity than would be at risk. Makes sense. So say we have height bands that birds are used to record to in the field to 175 meters and then 175 to say 200 meters. If we have a turbine tip height of 180 meters, then we would include at-risk collision activity up to 200 meters. So actually, it's not really a limitation. But I'd have to go and double check. So we obviously weren't. That was going to be raised.
My apologies, it wasn't raised in SWIG's original submission, but in John Campbell's email in paragraph 5, John Campbell's email dated the 7th of July 2025, paragraph 5, we raised the issue of the changing of turbine height and the size of the swept area.
So sorry, I should go through the report.
Actually, we just talk about turbine length there. It's because of the inconsistency in the response to our written submission, the 1st of May 2025 response to SWIG's written submission. In paragraph 13, the applicant make these claims about taller turbines resulting in lower collision risk. It's at the start of that paragraph. So that seems to be, and I only raise it because the applicants introduced this idea of a possible 180-meter application later, and that would therefore seem to say, I'm just going from the written evidence supplied by Ms. Robinson. She says that taller turbines will often result in a lower collision risk for some species.
Don't see a reference there to in paragraph 5 to.
No, you're right.
The 180-meter proposal.
No, you're right. It doesn't say that.
I think perhaps the perhaps the response to this is simply to give the as Nicole Robinson says, we could give the applicant an opportunity over a comfort break to discuss this, and we can take say 15 minutes to 1 o'clock. Just now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's do that.
Sorry, before we break, could I just ask specifically what you would like us to respond on?
Is there a different risk for turbines of 180 meters and potentially a higher risk? resume. Sorry to be keeping you from your lunches. I hope you're not suffering too much. Just reading over the questions I had for this first section, I think they're probably largely dealt with the exception of this question that we're dealing with at the moment. But I'll maybe work my way through them once we've dealt with this particular question. Is Nicole Robinson there? Oh, good. Good. We're having a very quick lunch there.
No,
okay.
no.
Right. So just in terms of what degree is there any potential additional risk arising from having turbine blades of similar length on a hub that is lower, which I understand is at least one possibility of 180-meter turbines.
So I think that I think this was addressed in the AI report. I wasn't involved in the production of the AI report, but the legal team are aware and reviewed it, so I'll allow them to respond if that's okay. If that's okay.
Ms. Robinson hadn't addressed this issue in preparation for this hearing because it wasn't something that we'd given notice of, but we've discussed as best we can today. And Mr. Gillis identified that in the additional information in March 2025, it was stated by RSK that there would be no significant change in relation to ornithology. And it covered all the topics in the EIA report as to what might be affected by the 180 metre. RSK were involved in that. As I understand it, Ms. Robinson wasn't consulted, wasn't involved, and she hasn't, to her recollection, she hasn't looked at that possibility using a collision risk modelling. So it's not something that we can give a definitive answer to as of now. It might be better to respond in writing as you suggested.
Well, that seems, given the nature of sometimes these questions come up that are unanticipated. So I think, given the nature of the matter, I think we can allow a response subsequently. When do you think you'll be able to give a response?
We'll follow it up as soon as we get back to the office. Sorry.
Well,
because it's in the office.
Perhaps we can deal with timescales.
We'll give you an indication as soon as we know how we'll do about that. But Ms. Robinson, I think, is away on holiday. Is it next week, Ms. Robinson?
Yeah.
I think that's what we said previously, why you couldn't be here in September. Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good.
It's quite a tight schedule.
Okay. Right. So I think I don't think we can take that point any further, Dr. Robinson, at the moment, but I think we'll get a response to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So just in terms of the matters that we were to deal with in this first part of the agenda, I think I don't have any further questions in respect to part A. I think I've asked my questions there. In terms of part B, I think we have the answer to that. There are two white-tailed eagle mortalities reported, neither of them for Ben Aketil, and but no carcass monitoring was carried out. So it is possible, as Mr. Millen says, that there may have been casualties at Ben Aketil that we don't know about. Question C, whether the original estimate of collision risk made at Ben Aketil could be odd. Well, I think we've dealt with that, haven't we, about the original baseline surveys. Question D is about the text of paragraph 13, which was about blade and about turbine size. We have one other point to do that. I suppose Just on that particular question, just to clarify my understanding, would it be fair to say that the applicant's position is that given the same swept area for two different wind farms, the one with a larger number of smaller turbines would present more of a risk than one with larger, fewer turbines? Is that what you're essentially saying in paragraph 13, or is there more to it than that?
There may be more. Yeah.
The point about the height of the blades as well. I'm sorry, that's the second point, isn't it? Off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, there may be a little bit more to it than that. You know, as I said, that there's a lot of parameters that feed in based on turbine specification, including the rotation period, the blade thickness, and things that can vary between candidate turbine models. I did have prepared an example of sort of how the risk can change. I think it's in relation to the Ben Aketil Wind Farm.
Oh,
I don't know if you want
been Vienna.
Yeah, apologies. So it's maybe an example of sort of how I can sort of demonstrate how collision risks have changed, because there's been quite a few submissions on that and changes in design. So for example, I mean, it's okay for me to proceed. You're happy for me to give the example?
I mean, in oral evidence, if
yeah,
it's fine. Yeah.
So the original development proposed, I believe, 4 times 100 meter tips, and so that was, I think the estimation was 0.358 white-tailed collisions. There was an amendment for 4 times 120 meter tips, and as far as I'm aware, that produced a 0.288 collision risk. And then there were 5 times 150 meter turbines proposed, and that produced a 0.22 collision risk. So you can see that the risk vary depending on the turbine specifications, and whether or not that development did change the location of the turbines, I don't know. But it was sort of the most relevant example I could provide, like, on a local basis, as to how these collision risks can change within one wind farm site.
So that's changes in essentially in the risk predicted by the model.
Yes. For the same development.
For the same development, right.
Whether or not all parties believe it relevant, but it was the only examples of somewhere local that I could take into context how changes in the turbine locations and maybe like the turbine specifications, how they do change. Depends on the information and that's fed into the model. So,
okay. Does anyone respond to that? No.
No.
All right. In part E, this was a question about paragraph 35, I think, of the applicant's response to SWIG's submission. I think we covered that. Is there anything more that we need to cover on that, Dr. Robinson? Yeah, sure. You raised these points, but just in case.
Yeah, well, no, we've got that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So is there anything further we need to discuss on the assessment, the assessment of the individual effect of proposed development? Right. So we'll pass on to cumulative risk, cumulative collision risk for golden eagle and white eagle, and the adequacy of its assessment. So here, the way I understand the applicant's position is that the applicant only has to do a cumulative assessment with the applications that are submitted at the time the application is made, and that subsequent applications, well, they similarly. I mean, is that a fair summary of your position? That's the reason you haven't carried out a formal assessment with Glenwillinish 2 or other developments that were other applications that were made subsequently. Is that fair? That's it. Fair summary of your position.
That's largely correct. There's maybe some more case specific reasons here. The assessment presented within the ornithology chapter of the EIA report, the EIA documentation as part of the 736, it was undertaken as set out in the EIA scoping report. It follows NatureScot guidance, if I can refer to that guidance, on assessing the cumulative impacts of onshore wind farms on birds, and which has led to a very long established precedence in the undertaking of such assessments, both for onshore and offshore wind. It's meant to be an orderly queue based on information that's available at the point of your submission. So if I can direct you to that guidance, again, you don't have to have it open. I can talk through the main point of that guidance.
Well, probably best to have a look at it just a sec. I think I have it here somewhere. So I just note on cumulative assessment. It's over. Yeah, right. Yep. I've got that.
So if you scroll down, it's sort of you're welcome to share it on screen, or everyone can have their.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Got the right screen.
Forgive me.
One.
It's the 2025.
Yep. This is the 2025. I'd say, is it 2025? I think it is. March 2025 guidance on assessing the cumulative impacts of onshore wind farms on birds.
It is. If you've just bouncing ahead, if you have a query on the date of the guidance, over the recent year, NatureScot have been very busy digitalizing their guidance. So much of the guidance now does say 2025. Hasn't been, in my review of the guidance, any material changes, so maybe some correction of grammatical errors, but otherwise it's just making it available in this digital platform rather than a PDF document. So and
then on page 5 of 9 of that document, so the order in which developments should be factored in when considering cumulative impacts is set out below, and it sets out the order.
It does. So it's a 2-stage step. So the firstly is they're already operational, and those that are consented and likely to be built, because there's more certainty in the impacts that are predicted and consented, and so they're unavoidable. So we include those first, and then secondly, it's applications that have been formally submitted to the planning authority of the Scottish Government for determination should then be factored in, and so that's the order that we present. Those are the developments that we listed in the EIA report. So at the time of the submission of the section 36, we followed that clear sequential order, and so the following wind farms were relevant. That's Edinburgh, which is operational; Glenwillinish 1, which is consented but not constructed; the Ben Scar and Ben Scar extension. Forgive me on my pronunciation, but Yep, thank you. And then the proposed development was the only additional application stage development to be added, and which was done. And there hasn't, in our view, there hasn't been any query from NatureScot on that. Again, I appreciate referring to NatureScot, but they would have commented as to whether or not we have followed process and in accordance with their guidance, and so no concern was raised. And so, if we're looking at what point this should have been updated, that there's been no requirement to update it.
I think I can anticipate Dr. Robinson's point here, because what the guidance says is that developments. So I don't think there's a question about what you did when the work was done. Of course, ministers are considering the application at a later date, and it may be that changes have happened over that time. So, for instance, even if in marine developments, it may be that they proceed in an orderly fashion, but marine developments tend not to get out of order because you can't have a planning authority objecting in a marine development, or you can't have a planning authority dealing with an application. So I think I'm right in saying that Ben Vienich is for Highland Council to deal with. So it may be that some of the applications that are made subsequently to the application for this development actually turn out to be perhaps consented. Let's say Highland Council consent Ben Vienich before this application is determined. So wouldn't there be a situation where Scottish ministers wouldn't have a full, if those circumstances arose, wouldn't there be a situation in which Scottish ministers didn't have a full picture of the cumulative effects incrementally of this development?
I think in terms of assessing certainty, from what I understand, that there does seem to be quite a bit of uncertainty in the status of some of the developments that have been mentioned as to be included in the cumulative picture. Quite a number of them have been submitted and then not technically withdrawn, but redesigned and then resubmitted.
Mm-hmm.
And so there seems to be some uncertainty as to what the final development and therefore impact should be. And so given where we are with proposed development, it may be the alternative view that we should assess it based on more uncertainty. However, I get confidence that the sequential order in which development should be assessed is being played out in this cumulative picture for NHZ and Skye, because if we look at the SEI documents and subsequent EIA documentation for the other developments, they are including the Ben Aketil Wind Farm. And so I have confidence that this sequential order and Nature Scott guidance is being followed as far as we can, but ultimately there is a changing picture, and so it is the agreement that we need to reach that what list of cumulative developments need to be assessed at this day and which ones. Given, do we have absolute certainty that there would be no further revisions, and therefore is there an element that the determination of this project is in a way determining the consent for the other developments? Is that appropriate? Sorry, that's me asking the question. I shouldn't be doing that, but I'm trying to phrase it in a logical kind of explanation.
But you get my point that at point ministers are determining this application, they will have a number of consents and a number of applications before them, which may have a cumulative effect, but those developments may not be the same as the ones you've assessed, and which may have a different cumulative effect. So, would ministers not have in front of them? Would they not have to determine it on the latest information, assuming that there are significant cumulative effects? Would they not have to identify the significant cumulative effects come out of either what is before them in terms of consented developments, or what is before them plus the proposed development, or what's before them in combination for all of the developments together? Perhaps those are two different points, actually. Perhaps the first one is consent developments plus this development. So there could be a different set of consented developments by the time they're determining it, which might include developments that are, or for which the application was made subsequent to this one.
It could be, but I'm not aware of any that have been consented at this point in time that are different.
So in terms of obviously, I'm sorry, Dr. Robinson, I just wanted to proceed this point before I brought you in. So in terms of what I should do, I have power as a reporter to require additional information If I was satisfied, if it appeared to me that there was a likely significant cumulative effect, and if, or at least if I considered that further cumulative assessment was something that was required for my or the minister's assessment of what the significant effects are, then I could exercise power. In fact, I would be required to exercise the power to ask for additional information. But if I left it at present as things stand, it may be that ministers will have before them information about cumulative effects that is, different from what you've assessed. So it may be that at that point, assuming that ministers think that they require the additional information to identify the significant effect, they might have to ask for that information. You see what I'm getting at? I'm sorry, that was rather a lengthy explanation.
No, I do, and I understand and appreciate the point. I guess what is the issue is the certainty of the predictions. Again, there's quite a few totaling estimates that have been presented, including by SWIG, and I can appreciate the time it often takes to compile those. Quite exhausting. But so it's what those risks actually are, and I think in your further agenda points, you asked the question: is it a case of a simple summation? And yes, it can be the case of a simple summation of collision risk at that point in time, providing the information is available. And as I said, that there's been very recently continued changes in the development applications that we need to consider in the layout. And so at which point in time do we set the bar for what we assess? And so appropriately, that is often the point at submission for 736. But as things additional risk could be added, providing the information is available and there is certainty in that prediction. Otherwise, we are consenting, in a way, approving the consent for the acceptability of that cumulative risk if we conclude it's non-significant.
But my short point is that if ministers think it's likely or think they require information to assess whether there's significant impact or significant cumulative impact or not, well, I mean, it's at the point of their decision that they have to make that assessment rather than at the point the application was made. So it is potentially possible if ministers take the view that additional information is needed, they may simply have to ask for it, or else there may be a problem with the decision. Is it not? Assuming that assuming that they think it's like that it's likely there'll be a significant cumulative effect.
I agree. I don't think that's been requested of this development at this point in time.
No, it hasn't. No. Sorry, Ms. Wilson, you wanted to come in, and I'll come to you, Dr. Robinson. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I was wondering whether or not what might be relevant to the question that you're asking, looking ahead to the future decision-making scenario, is the advice contained within Nature Scott's consultation response right at the end, specific to white-throated eagles, which is document 2.017. CD.
Hold on. I'm sorry, I was sharing the screen. I hope everyone can see each other again. Right. Just tell me that reference again, please.
CD 2.017.
Right. Okay.
And it's the final page, page 16. Or the penultimate final. It's in Annex 3.
Is this one of the recent documents, or is this something that's been?
So it's one of the original documents.
One of the original documents, right?
reference number for that document was again?
2.017.
Thank you.
The consultation response of 1st December 2023.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. The Nature's got.
Yes.
Or I should have taken the precaution of having this open. Right. Yeah. Got it now.
Page 16, sir.
Page 16. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The question that I wondered, sir, was to what extent Ms. Robinson considers the advice provided by Nature Scott in the final paragraph
Mm-hmm.
about the changing scene within Skye and how to approach cumulative impact would be relevant to the scenarios that you'll be discussing with her.
I think that is the point we've been discussing, but yeah, I'm happy for her to respond to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in Nature Scott's response is that they've identified that the cumulative picture is changing, but it is for those future developments to assess that change. I think in the words that I've said prior to this, I've just been looking at your agenda points, and these points are leading into other discussions on population modelling, which has been carried out for these subsequent developments. And your comment around are they potentially significant? Well, these the cumulative risks of these future projects have been assessed and looked at for significance in terms of population modelling. So again, my view is that there is confidence that these future effects are being assessed as part of the sequential and planning process as developments reach determination. I'm afraid that I don't quite know what has assessed, or what the Scottish government are currently deciding is the cumulative picture for that development. But focusing on again on here, it does seem to be that it's Nature Scott's opinion that what comes after is a future issue to be dealt with by those developments in turn in the planning process. As I appreciate some might race ahead, but is that where we are? Which developments have raced ahead and which might be determined now? As far as I'm concerned, that's quite limited. The likes of again, if it's helpful, we can run through a bit of a table. I'm quite happy to do that. I have the table prepared that we could work through. But otherwise, the Ben Scar and Ben Scar extension are quite low down. The Ben Scar redesign are quite early in the decision making process. Balminax similarly, Glen Ulnish too. Also, that they're quite far down in my view in terms of their likely earliest determination dates. And I don't know whether that might be a better way for us to, in a way, agree the list of cumulative developments that should be assessed as part of this proposal based on likely determination dates. And that could be something that could be discussed now broadly, ballpark, or followed up. I think
not necessarily. I just wanted to get the point in principle about where you were on that. So I accept that. Well, I would have to consider, but if the incremental effect of the development, if everything goes according to the order in which things were applied for, then clearly the incremental cumulative effect of the proposed development would be, or that's what you've assessed. It's just that if things don't go in that order, then there may be a different situation. So I think you're agreeing with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the other point, I'm sorry, Dr. Robinson, I will come to you. The other point I wanted to ask about before I come to Dr. Robinson is there are obviously a number of developments in the north of Skye that are proposed. Some have a greater effect and some have a lesser effect on white-tailed eagles, or at least according to the model. Is it not relevant that if say ministers decided that the cumulative impact of all of these applications was too much, or all the applications before them was too much, is it not material for them to take a view on which of the applications should be approved? So should there not be an assessment of all from that point of view? And it's plainly not Nature Scott's practice as recommended there. But is that not a relevant consideration?
Apologies, was that question directed at me? I got confused between the Robinsons.
No, sorry, it was directed at you. Yes, I'm sorry. Is that? Did you follow what I was asking?
If you wouldn't mind repeating it, just on this occasion, sorry.
Although obviously we are dealing now with just one application, there are a number of applications that are before ministers. Together, they will have an in combination effect. All of those applications taken together, at least as they stand now. I take your point about potential for things being taken back or redesigned or whatever. But as things stand, there are a number of applications before ministers which have a number of predicted effects, and there've been a number of attempts to estimate what those in combination effects are. If ministers were to decide or to make the assessment that those in combination effects were too much, would that not be a relevant consideration for each of those wind farms? So ministers might have to decide whether they should do, simply on ornithological grounds. They might decide that one wind farm from that group is better than another. And I understand that that's not what Nature Scott advises, but is that not relevant?
It is. I understand now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if in Nature Scott guidance, in looking at cumulative collision risks, it does advise a fairly simple and crude summation of those risks. So that's quite an easy process to do, providing the information is available. So you can produce a table of each collision risk predicted for each development, sum them to provide the total. However, as I've said, it's quite a crude total, and each development will have varying risks because of the nature of the model and the information that's fed onto it, which we've discussed already. And so some of those developments will have a higher proportion input to that cumulative risk, and so there is a level of fairness. So it's not simply just when we undertake our cumulative assessments, it's not. And I believe Nature Scott guidance does also agree with this, in that there could be qualitative assessments to also be made on top of that, in terms of how much of a proportion a single development inputs, the mitigation factors that it is also included. Again, the summation of the values of collision risk don't take into account any mitigation that might be included. And if I can make the point that whilst the collision risk has been predicted here, and we don't believe it's significant for white-tailed eagles, there is mitigation that will be included. However, there isn't currently a process that we can apply to the collision risk to say how much that would be reduced by. So again, it's a crude summation of what risks could be in a worst case without mitigation, and that doesn't really take into consideration the proportion of risk a single development produces. So that there does need to be fairness in the overall conclusion.
Right.
So as I'm saying is, if the ministers decide that in their decision, I can't speak for the Scottish ministers, it has to be a way, in my view, it should be balance of the overall effects if that total collision risk is actually significant and justified as such, but also what proportion of the collision risk an individual development makes. And it's my view that the proposed development here makes a small contribution.
Okay.
And that's stated in Nature Scott's response, and that they believe it is a low risk.
Okay, thanks for that. Dr. Robinson, I'm sorry you've been waiting so patiently. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, I've rambled on then, but the floor is
No, that's no, it wasn't my fault. I selfishly wanted my questions answered first. But Dr. Robinson.
Yeah, I have a number of points to make. If they need discussion, then stop me and we'll discuss them as we go. The applicants were able to produce a new updated cumulative wind farm list in January of 2025 to enable the inquiry process. I think they added 95 more turbines to the cumulative list when they did that, and then they went away and produced all their visual landscaping assessments based on those 95 extra turbines, wind farms that weren't included in their original cumulative assessments for bird mortality. So whilst Ms. Robinson's claiming some vagueness about which applications are on the table and which are not, and how big they will be and what their bird kill figures will be, we did see fit to put a line in the sand in January 2025 and choose that number of turbines in the list that was produced by the applicants as the cumulative list that was relevant for the public inquiry, at least in terms of landscaping issues. So there's a fixed point there. It seems to me that the applicants are hiding behind Nature Scott guidance, to be honest, because Ms. Robinson also said that it's a difficult process to come up with these cumulative figures, but it isn't really. It's a case of looking at each of the environmental impact assessments for the proposed wind farms that are on the table right now and adding those figures together, which is how we came up with Table 1 in our written submission, where we find that the cumulative risk for bird collisions at that time, when we produced Table 1, was white-tailed eagles was something like 9 birds a year, the cumulative risk, while the applicants were claiming, let me have a look, so the published cumulative collision risks at that time were 9, if you look at all the applicants, while the applicants were claiming it's only 1.195. It's not a difficult job to do, and I don't understand why the applicants wouldn't do that either with or without Nature Scott guidance, just for the sake of transparency. It's very, I've managed to produce in an hour that work, and I've updated it again recently for the new applications. It doesn't require particular skills or a particularly large amount of time.
So Dr. Robinson, maybe to shorten the point, your position is that I should use my power to ask the applicant for additional information.
Why wouldn't you have those figures before you when they're readily available in the public domain? You might want to choose when the cut-off date was. It might be today, but it would enable a more informed decision to be made than hiding behind figures that were produced in 2023 when less wind farms are on the table. Ben Scar's been consented. I know there's a redesign on the table, but that is now a consented wind farm, and that doesn't turn up in their cumulative risk collision.
I do now have, both your evidence and evidence from other developments of more recent cumulative assessments before me.
Yeah.
If I was satisfied that there's not likely to be a significant cumulative effect, then presumably I shouldn't need to ask for further information.
If you were satisfied, but the evidence from the RSPB at Balnyennock, where they talk about a 40% reduction in the population of eagles, of white-tailed eagles on the Skye, cumulatively, would count to that. I would also like to draw attention to document CD 3008, which is the RSPB's response on the 13th of March 2025. In the ornithology section, The second paragraph of that ornithology section, the RSPB say, however, it is our opinion that an updated cumulative collision risk model should be produced for white-tailed eagles. So the application submitted, they talk about 80 turbines in planning. It's actually more than that. The latest cumulative collision figures for white-tailed eagles are so high that Nature Scott are expressing concern that there's a risk to the national population.
Mhm.
So the RSPB have pointed out that they think the applicant should now produce an updated cumulative mortality risk. I think those are my points. Oh yeah, and again, their cumulative risk, they don't include any figures once again for the existing Ben Aketil Wind Farm, because nobody.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
The applicant's cumulative risk assessment that they have provided includes no figures for the existing Ben Aketil repowering or for Edinburgh, for the existing Ben Aketil Wind Farm or for Edinburgh. I know we've discussed that it's not required for them to collect them, but again, I think it shows poor management that they're not bringing figures from their existing development there. Would be relevant that the existing Ben Aketil development, for example, if the applicants got permission for this and chose to pursue option 2, where they would leave the existing wind farm with 9 turbines, or with 12 turbines up, whilst building 4 more, there'll actually be 16 turbines there, and the collision risk from the existing wind farm would then form part of that calculation. I mean, I know we don't have the figures because the applicants haven't bothered to collect them, but that's where we're at.
We don't have the collision mortality.
No.
But in terms of the point about the, as you say, the scenario 2, that would be 4 turbines, the 4 extension turbines.
Yeah,
is it?
I believe
Four,
so. Yeah.
And and the existing wind farm,
which they said may be there for up to 5 years, I believe.
Did that not be covered in a cumulative assessment, Nicole Robinson?
So yes, if the information was available, as you said, I think maybe we can draw a line in that for where we are, there isn't a collision risk estimate of the operation of Ben Aketil Wind Farm. However, as I've said, the white-tailed eagle activity, and I'm going to keep the focus on white-tailed eagle activity, was very small. In my professional view, if a collision risk had been predicted, it would be indeed very, very small. So for those operational turbines, and so if we think about the scenario that Dr. Robertson puts across, that how many turbines would remain operational for how many year period, the risk is then further reduced because it's temporary impact on the cumulative picture, and at which point it would be taken away in a future scenario.
So effectively, the standard approach would be to use the information that was gathered for the consenting of the existing Ben Aketil in the cumulative assessment, if it was to be included, and so the impacts on white-tailed eagles, the collision risk for white-tailed eagles, was very, very small at that time. That's the logic of it, is it?
Yeah, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if there was a strong requirement to include a value from the Ben Aketil, the operational site, because it's believed it could potentially be significant, then in my view, I can't see why, based on the very low level of white-tailed eagle activity recorded, it would be substantial or discernible. An agreement can be made to a proportion of that. I don't know. It would get very complicated. But it could be done. A value could be sought, but in my view, it would be very, very small and inconsequential to the overall total we would predict.
Okay.
When it seems to me the applicants have gone down this route where they
we lost what growing again.
180 meters, and then they've also got maybe we'll take the existing wind farm down and wind farm with 9 turbines and add 4 more for a period of 5 years. Now that would result in 16 turbines, 12 of which are 100 meters high and 4 of which are 200 meters high. And there's been no collision mortality assessment of that for 5 years. That's a considerable number of birds that might be included there. So it would seem to be an omission to me. I think I've understood the point, Dr. Robertson. Yeah. I mean, the RSPB, they state, in their opinion, a cumulative collision risk model should now be produced for white-tailed eagles, given the number, and this is in their response to this application in the CD3008. And while we're looking at that document, first line on the next page, they also state that all of the ornithological recommendations made by the RSPB in response to the original application, in their letter dated 21st of August 2023, all of their recommendations stand in relation to the assessment of impact and mitigation measures. That the applicants haven't introduced any new mitigation measures in response to the RSPB's original comments. So while we were talking about mitigation measures reducing the likely rate of impact, the RSPB then point out that the applicants haven't introduced any mitigation measures beyond what was on the table in 2020.
Well, I think Paul Robinson is happy to answer that, given she's put her hand up. Is that right?
Well, anyway,
this isn't specifically raised in the matters that are set out, but is that something that the applicant is willing to answer, is able to answer at the moment?
My point was actually going to be that, we're not discussing in detail the RSPB's position here. It's the agenda that was set out, and there are quite a few points that Andrew raises there, in terms of what mitigation has been provided, and that a cumulative assessment is required. It's if I can go back in the section 36 application and the response that we got, there was no, Nature Scott had not indicated that there was a potentially significant effect on white-tailed eagle, and therefore there was no real requirement to explore the effects further, which wasn't done. Well, if we go to the additional information report, again, Nature Scott did not advise at that point to advise, and so it wasn't explored. However, if it is now a matter for this agenda to explore the cumulative risks, we can do that. However, the cumulative risks, whilst we haven't necessarily presented them for this development, they have been assessed for the subsequent developments. They have been summed in subsequent information, and we can draw from that in this discussion. I don't believe it's a requirement for us to submit a further table summation of the risks, because they are already presented in other documents.
We have those.
Helpful? Yeah,
we have those before us, and we'll come on to those. I think Dr. Robinson simply raised the point that I think Dr. Robinson's point was simply that not all of the recommendations in the RSPB document have been followed according to the RSPB. I think that was the point you made, Dr. Robinson.
Well,
did you made the point about mitigation?
Yeah, I mean, the point about mitigation, the point of the RSPB is saying there should be an up-to-date cumulative assessment. I mean, whether Nature Scott saying it or not, the RSPB are saying.
I think we got that point, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, I think I've understood that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the mitigation, can Dr. Robinson just set out the mitigation that RSPB recommended?
I don't have that in front of me right now, but I can refer to their letter. It's the 21st of August 2023. So
specifically in relation to white-tailed eagle.
I'm quoting from CD 3008, RSPB 13th of March 2025. All ornithological recommendations made in the RSPB's letters dated 21st of August 2023 still stand in relation to assessment of impact mitigation.
Okay, and which specific measures are they listed in that response? In the earlier response?
Okay, well, I'll have to find that out.
Can we come back to that point subsequently and just press on with the agenda? I think we can deal with, because that wasn't actually something related to this particular agenda point.
Yeah.
We can maybe come back to the end of this discussion. Yeah.
So I wonder if I could just
Ms. Wilson, yeah.
if I could raise a point of clarification. Throughout Dr. Robinson's questions earlier, he was referring to the 5-year gap in terms of different construction scenarios, but you should be aware that a condition agreed with the Highland Council in the current schedule is that construction scenario 2 being implemented, the period between the completion of the construction of the 4 turbines of the site location plan, the commencement of dismantling turbines shall not exceed 3 years.
3 years, okay. All right, I've forgotten about that.
That's
Thank you.
That's condition 19 in the draft.
Right.
Please can I ask for clarification from the legal team? Would the turbines still be operational? Or would they have ceased to allow construction works to take place?
It was 3 years. 3 years. In the 3 years, it'll still be operational. That's if construction scenario 2 goes ahead.
That's right. I just think it's helpful to explain.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
I think that has, sorry, sir, just in response to Ms. Robinson's question, I'm being reminded that it was being discussed during the inquiry that it's more likely than not it will be done in one construction scenario, and that there will not be that split construction scenario.
No, I understand that, but I mean the option is there. I think in the assessment and in the condition. So generally speaking, in environmental assessment, which is what ministers will have to do, they have to reach a conclusion on the significant effects of development in a reasonable worst case. I think they would have to cover that. Okay. I think I understand where we're at in terms of part A then of my question. So part B, I think this is just quite a short point. The method of arising it, and I think maybe Nicole Robinson, you've covered this. There's the question of how you arrive at a cumulative collision risk for white-tailed eagles, and whether it's properly arrived at by just adding up the individual risk for individual developments. Obviously, that individual risk is assessed at a certain time, and so you're taking it from each of the different reports. And is that a reasonable methodology?
Yes, it can be. Again, I think as I pointed out, the collision risk are an estimate in space and time, and things may have changed, and that is possible. That's the general limitation of the collision risk model. But it doesn't take into account any mitigation that is put in place, such as what is proposed generally. Again, keeping the focus on white-tailed eagle, there's been an emergent industry standard mitigation, which is the removal of carcasses, the search and removal of carcasses under wind turbines, and as a scavenging species, looking for fallen carcasses, livestock. It is an effective measure, and it is recommended by NatureScot, and that is included as part of the operational development here, and many other ones that would be assessed as part of this cumulative picture. And so my view is that there would be some level of over precaution in the estimates presented, and therefore there's a qualitative argument. But for simplicity, we tend to look at just a simple summation because that's the information that we have.
Yeah, and I guess that the SWIG would acknowledge that habitat restoration, for instance, proposed as part of the proposed development, would to some extent mitigate impacts on white-tailed eagle.
I can clarify the carcass searches in effect removing a food source from the vicinity of the wind farm footprint is what the carcass search.
I'm sorry,
is what it would be. So it's effectively removing a level of collision risk by not drawing raptors into food sources beneath the footprint of the wind farm.
Mm-hmm. And you accept that would to some degree mitigate impacts on white-tailed eagles, since we're talking about white-tailed eagle in particular here.
Well, if there's less food for them to feed on underneath, then I guess then perhaps it would. Bob, do you have something to say about habitat?
I think my only observation would be that when white-tailed white-tailed eagles, as you appreciate, are a gregarious species. And in terms of going to prey, they will go long distances. So it would depend on the size of this model for removing carcasses, because all you would need is something slightly out with that, and it would still attract. So it's not unusual in that areas to see 14, 15 white-tailed eagles, together, and they will follow one another almost like vultures. And that's the difficulty. So if you go to removing carcasses, I accept that that is a move forward, but it depends on the size of the area where you're going to remove carcasses from. Because birds from the north of the area and the Grecianish area will certainly travel through that area considerable distances to get to a carcass, especially in winter time.
Okay. So hold on. I'll come back to Nicole Robinson on that particular point, on Mr. McMillan's point, and then I think Dr. Robinson, you have something more.
No,
Well, no, just a moment. I'll go to Nicole Robinson first to respond.
Yeah, it's just on the protocol for the collision search and carcass monitoring protocol. So that would be agreed in consultation with Nature Scott, as I believe the planning condition states. Legal team may give a yes or no nod, but either way, it would be confirmed in it would be confirmed in the writing of the condition and general standard practices to confirm the protocols and the search area in consultation with Nature Scott. So I think confidence can be added there that the mitigation measure would be meaningful. And agreed in consultation with Nature Scott as over the appropriate area. Generally that's we tend to work in distances from the turbines, and within which collision risk assessments are usually based, maybe 200 to about 200 meters. But again, there's confidence there that that the protocol would be established and agreed in consultation with Nature Scott.
Okay.
Well, just to sum up, I would just reiterate that the RSPB do feel that an updated cumulative collision risk model is necessary. Cumulative risk assessment is necessary, and it's not a hard job to do. I don't understand why the applicants wouldn't provide those figures.
Yeah, I think we just moved on to the next point. I understand that point, Dr. Robinson. It's just I think we moved on to the next point on the agenda, just about the assessment of cumulative risk and how it would be done. We do have a number of examples of how that's done of that being done in the various environmental impact assessment reports and SEIs that have been submitted to us, as well as as the work that you've done. So just in terms of the accuracy of the estimate that's been made, obviously the objectors have made an estimate of rather over 9 white-tailed eagles cumulatively. 9.001. That's not quite the same as as in the various supplement environmental information that's been submitted for Balmenach and Glenrothes 2. But I mean, I'm presuming that that's because of things that have happened along the way, redesigns that have happened along the way, rather than a different method.
Yeah. There are minor counting differences. Turbines increased, turbines decreased at various different applications. But it's very easy to produce an up-to-date running figure at any stage, by just pulling up. So last night, I did an up-to-date cumulative monitoring assessment. I think we're looking at about 6.5 white-tailed eagles a year, given the reduction in the number of turbines at Glenrothes and Ben Scar and Balmenach. And I believe we should be working with the most up-to-date figures all the time. When you're making your decision, I would have thought you would want to look at the most up-to-date figures, and so would the government. I don't understand, as I've said, why the applicants wouldn't produce that, especially when the RSPB say they should.
Okay.
I don't think there's a better way. I don't think there's a better way of getting the figures other than adding up the figures produced by each wind farm's ornithology consultants for collisions.
I think Do you disagree with that, Nicole Robinson?
I don't agree. I don't agree that there is another method for summing, the summation. Again, it's just the agreement on the point in time and the risk, like the risk value to be used, and which order they are looked at in terms of, which point is a threshold reached. And so, there's no disagreement between the method. And as I've said, this updated cumulative assessment is being done all the time and has been done so within the SEI information for other developments. The information is already there and can be drawn from.
And you submitted environmental information from other developments. Okay. And of course, the objectives have drawn from that information too in reaching their figures. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
There was another question about it was raised in Mr. Campbell's email about why figures from Eden Bain Wind Farm have not been provided, setting out collisions with white-tailed eagles collected in that development's post-consent monitoring. Well, I think you've answered that. In fact, you said the reported collisions are 2. Is that right?
Yeah, I can discuss the point again if that's helpful.
No, that's fine. The only other question I wanted to ask about that was whether they would have carried out carcass monitoring for white-tailed eagles that had collided, that were mortality for white-tailed eagles.
I'm not specifically aware. It's something that we could follow up and check. But as far as I'm aware, those fatalities have come from incidental reports.
Right. Okay. Dr. Robinson.
Yeah. So as far as we know, 2 eagles have been killed at Eden Bain, but as I understand it, that those 2 eagles haven't been included in the applicant's cumulative. So even the one that they produced back in 2023 that ignored half the wind farms that are now in planning. In the documentation, you say you've included Eden Bain, and then you say we haven't included Eden Bain because we don't have any figures for it. If you look at the original environmental impact assessment, I'd like to see a table from the applicant where those 2 birds are actually included in their cumulative risk.
I can respond, or I think Bob's trying to make a point there. I'm happy to wait for Bob to respond there.
Yeah, Mr. McMillan.
Well, I think if the birds are already dead, I don't know if they would be in the cumulative risk. I think the Muir Hall submission, it does submit something from Eden Bain, and they talk about white-tailed eagle 0.106 and golden eagle 0.28. But I don't know where they got these figures from, and I suspect that they're based on the original, pre-construction sort of assessments, which I think is again the difficulty. It's the same problem with Aketil, that they're not meaningful because the populations change so significantly in the interim 20 years.
They go back to when Eden Bain was established about 20 years ago, was it?
Yeah, more or less. Well, over 20 years ago when the first vantage point watches were carried out. So they're talking about figures, and Muir Hall quote a figure of 7.54. That's in their recent submit, but it's a moving feast. It's one of these things. It's whether, I suppose, in principle, you either accept the model that there's a risk of X number of eagles going, or you take the view that if it's going to kill white-tailed eagles, it's unacceptable. And if we're talking about a small cluster of wind farms in Skye that's going to kill that number of white-tailed eagles, certainly from some of us, we would say that is unacceptable. If we were to say, for example, that an estate was poisoning 8 white-tailed eagles a year, I think we would be taking appropriate action. And I think that's the context that has to be put in, because this is just a cluster of wind farm applications as it applies to a population of birds that it's expanding exponentially. I accept that that's the case. They're doing very well. And as they expand their range, so they're going to move into other areas where there are wind farms and the potential for further strikes. And now I know that's maybe not the concern, but when it comes to the cumulative impact, that to my mind is something that you've got to try and measure, because it's not just here, but it's elsewhere. Because these birds, on the basis of the 95% risk, are potentially a collision waiting to happen. So there's going to be mortality, be it with wind turbines or be it with overhead cables. And we've not talked about that. And there's an overhead line going through Skye as it stands, a new one. So I accept it's a very complex field, and it depends whether you're happy to see eagles killed or whether you'd rather they weren't killed.
Dr. Robinson.
Yeah. Nothing more to say just now.
Okay, right.
So, sorry.
Paul Robinson, do you want to say
something? So I'll be brief, and if you need to move on. On the Edinburgh information. So at the time of the EIA draftings for Section 36 emissions, we considered the potential for collision risks from that, but there was no EIA documentation publicly available. I don't know if that's available, if SWIG have located that, and if it's therefore available to them, but we have no EIA documentation to take the figures from to use it. So as I said, we listed the development, but made it clear that there was no information available. And so a figure could not be included. In terms of the operational collision risks, in terms of the operational collision fatalities that have since been reported, they were reported after we submitted. They were reported, we were made aware of those in RSPB's response to the Section 36 application, and RSPB have also stated that, RSPB Scotland have also stated that in their response to subsequent developments. There's a couple of phrases that can be taken out of that in terms of, I don't think one of the collisions has actually been reported to Nature Scotland. They hadn't been aware of it. But either way, they weren't reported until after our assessment. They can be included. As I've said, that the collision risk would likely be very small based on the number of fatalities that were recorded. I think it was to the 15-year period. There were no fatalities reported, so we reviewed the baseline monitoring, the operational monitoring report by Hayworth Conservation, and within which there were no operational fatalities reported within that. Otherwise, yes, they could have been used, but they weren't reported. We can use a figure, or a figure can be inserted into this cumulative risk using those two fatalities that have occurred over the 15-year period. But then applied over the 30-year operational period.
Just to clarify, in terms of the first white-tailed eagle mortality, the first turbine strike, that's in SNH or Nature Scot database, because they were informed of it. In fairness, it was the wind farm owners through their agents that actually reported it, but that's in the database, so that should have been visible. I understand the second one certainly came later, and I've got no information about that.
Well, when was that first one reported, Bob? Is it 2015?
I can't give you the date, but it was some years ago, and it's in the SNH database.
Yeah. I think it was 2015.
I think that sounds about right.
Right. Yeah.
Generally, the information on operational and consented wind farms is taken from the EIA documentation. In some circumstances where there has maybe been operational monitoring or carcasses reported, other values can be used.
Mhm.
And so it's no, as we'll go back to the point, it's an agreement on the values that should be used. There's no issue with providing an updated summation. It's just the agreement of the values that should be used and at which point in time.
Yeah. And I think I understand the position on that. I mean, I suppose I better not go there actually. I think I understand where we're at on that question. In terms of the cumulative modelling, the various references made to Balmena cumulative modelling. At the time I was looking at this, preparing the agenda, we now have various other models that have been, various other information on modelling that's been submitted, including. So I think I've got. I think the key one is the population viability assessment that's been done for white-tailed eagle. That's been done for Balmena. Yes. Now, so referring to that, the RSPB has drawn from that the this would result that the cumulative effect would result in a population that would be almost 40% lower if there was no additional mortality from wind farms. And the applicants state that modelling predicts the population of white-tailed eagle will continue to grow in Skye, and I think Mr. McMillan is acknowledging that too. So, what perhaps I could, well, we could start this off by if you could just explain a bit further how the population Nicole Robinson, how the population viability analysis works, how density dependence and carrying capacity work, and what you think of what the RSPB position on counterfactual population growth rate is, and why that isn't a position the applicant has taken. Can you do all of that in one answer?
In one breath. I'll give it a go. Yeah, I can. So just stop me at any point. I'll try and keep an eye on the hand. So I've got a different IT setup today than I usually do. So for context, the white-tailed eagle population model, which was produced for Balmena, and that was produced by a Natural Research Project, it examined sort of added collision mortality risks from the Balmena Wind Farm, and then in a way a cumulative estimate. When we're adding cumulative estimates to population models, we can either add sort of like a specific figure, so whatever it might be calculated to be.
Just hold on.
Oh, Bob's.
I think Mr. McMillan's away. I'm sorry. Just okay. Oh no! All right. Okay. I thought you maybe taken a comfort. Right. Anyone?
Do we want to pause?
Do we want to pause before we launch it?
No, that's fine. Sorry.
Okay. Good. Right. Sorry.
More here.
I didn't want you to miss anything. Right. Okay. Good. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Nicole Robinson, please continue. Yeah.
Okay, it's the counterfactuals. So the way in which cumulative mortality risk can be added is either through sort of like a fixed figure. So say, I'm just going to plug it, so say 6.6 or 1.1, or we can use it as like a percentage, and that doesn't necessarily relate to any like accurate figure that's been, a cumulative figure. It's just we can provide a margin of error. But anyway, so what they've done is they've applied some added collision mortality risk from the Balmena Wind Farm and cumulatively to sort of a regional white-tailed eagle model, and it's sort of like a growth curve over a 30-year period. You can run the models over various periods, but usually the longer maybe has less certainty in a way, but it's still for the purposes of seeing if there's a significant effect in terms of growth and decline, it's still appropriate in my view. So the regional areas that are used are Natural Heritage Zone 6 and Skye. They don't completely align, and so hence why there's two models, if that's helpful to explain. So
Because National Heritage Zone 6 covers Skye and Loch Aber, or a bit more than that, is it?
Yeah, and Mull possibly.
And Mull too, right?
Yeah, so it's quite a large area, whereas Skye is sort of, well, Skye is Skye. So NHZ6, it encompasses sort of more white-tailed eagles in various places. So the modelling process sort of it first produces a baseline growth curve with no added wind farm mortality, to sort of observe how the population grow based on natural parameters such as birth and death rates.
So if I share my screen with there's some charts on it, and maybe you can explain what's there.
Yeah.
Just a sec. It's hold on. It's that one after. There we are. So that's hold on. That's figure 2. That's NH. Oh, sorry. I'm going in the wrong direction.
That's NH6.
Figure 2 is shows no density dependence, and that's the chart going up.
Yeah.
The growth rate's going up.
So I can talk you through the sort of two differences and link into how RSPB have made their headline statement. So as I said, that the modelling process first produces like a baseline growth curve, so we can see how the population might be predicted to grow in the absence of added mortality. So then once we've got that,
so on that page, that's on each side, that's the top left one with the 0. Yeah,
that's a 0. Yeah, and so we can then add additional wind farm mortality, and as I said, this can be done by a fixed figure or a percentage of the population. And if we include it as a population in the model, and without getting into statisticians, because I don't enjoy those either, there's like an R code that can be produced, and therefore we can add percentages, and if we add a percentage, it sort of gives a simulation of more white-tailed eagles being killed in the model as each year goes and the population grows. So as the population grows, like a higher level of mortality occurs. So we always start with like an original value, and then that grows as the population grows, and that's in a way a realistic, not necessarily accurate scenario which we can build in.
So if you just hold on the charts there on the right hand side, the blue line shows the original, and the orange line shows the model with the with the additional mortality. Is that right?
That's it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and there's sort of like 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%, 10%.
10%, yeah.
That's right. So I'll talk about the two different types of models there. So the models for the wind farm and generally for other wind farms are run in two forms. So there's density dependent, which is the ones on the left of the screen, headline titled density dependent. So this simulates a scenario whereby at some point in time, like the growth of a population, a species population, would be limited by resources, which sounds quite reasonable. So sort of food and nest sites. So as a carrying capacity is neared, and a carrying capacity can be derived from various sources that they're not necessarily always set out, but we can add one. A reasonable judged one, based on some justification. So as the growth nears that carrying capacity, the rate of growth naturally slows, and that's sort of it's a more realistic model really. Whereas if we look at the density independent model, this simulates population growth where it is not limited by resources, and it would just continue to increase and increase beyond what is likely to be sustainable for a specific area, like a region. So we could, at the end of the model, we could end up with some quite unusual or unrealistic population sizes for a certain species, depending on what the model started with. Does that make sense in terms of the two models? So you can see that in the curves. And also, if you can look at the bars on the side, so in the density dependent model, we sort of only get up to talking around, around about 80 pairs of birds, whereas and this is for the NHZ6, you can flick to the sky and you can see the same populations, whereas on the no density independence model, you're ending up with population.
That's still NH. That's sky there.
That's sky. That might be more appropriate for the people in the room, maybe. I don't know. But as you can see on the sky population, we're looking around 40 birds threshold. Because that's what the carrying capacity was set at. Whereas on the density, no density dependence model, so the density independent model, we're looking around 300 pairs. And that for me isn't necessarily a realistic population to look at in terms of what a region can actually support. So my preference and general consultant preference is to use a density dependence outputs because they're more realistic.
I had understood from RSPB Scotland's questions that arise from this. I understood from RSPB Scotland that there was some dispute, and I wasn't completely clear from the objection what the dispute was, but there was some dispute about what exactly the carrying capacity was in Skye and in Natural Heritage Zone 6. Is that right?
So is this for are we sticking to white-tailed eagle?
White-tailed eagles, yes.
That's okay. So there is so there is so there's carrying capacity in terms of what population, and they're not set. It's based on professional judgment as to what a reasonable point time was. I mean, we could set it at 100 pairs. And sorry, Dr. Robinson's got a question there.
Well, no, it's for after you've finished, really.
Are you sure? That's okay. So it could be set at anything, and again, for white-tailed eagle, it's almost based on professional judgment. However, there is a source that we can take that from. Some time ago, RSPB Scotland were commissioned by Nature Scot to produce a modelling exercise on how the reintroduced white-tailed eagle population in Scotland would grow. And so the values of carrying capacity are in a way taken by that, because it's the most otherwise standard population that we have to put in a biologically meaningful assessment basis for a carrying capacity. If we just flit across to golden eagle, the situations there are slightly different, because we have and that was in one of these document submissions that we made, there's sort of been favourable conservation tests set for golden eagle, and so there's sort of more information on what we believe is the required population size for each natural heritage zone. So we can draw from those in the model, in golden eagle models. However, for white-tailed eagles, they haven't been set. And so, yes, there possibly is some debate over what carrying capacity is, and also what number of pairs is required to get a population into a favourable conservation status. But either way, it's reasonable judgment as to whether or not 40 pairs that's been set on that model for Skye is a reasonable carrying capacity. Is that in a way enough eagles? Not in a way that we shouldn't want more, but is that a reasonable judgment as to the number of pairs Skye could feasibly support?
And just looking at the models on the left hand side, they seem to, for density dependence, they seem to stabilize at a lower level than the main scenario, the 0% scenario. So if effectively is that a prediction that cumulatively wind turbines on Skye would reduce the carrying capacity in Skye?
They wouldn't reduce the carrying capacity. They would limit it reaching a nominal carrying capacity.
Right. Okay. So effectively they would stabilize at the level less than the number of white-tailed eagles would stabilize at the level, number of breeding pairs of white-tailed eagles would stabilize at a level less than the nominal carrying capacity.
Yeah, it might not be
Is the
quite
prediction.
clear as to whether or not the growth curve is actually completely leveled off there. I mean, if you look at the 10% curve, it could still be climbing. It could still be increasing there after the 30-year period. And so actually, it might not be, it might not reach it. It just depends on what point in time we want it to reach that, that carrying capacity.
Now, I understand from RSPB's objection to Balmenach that their reason for arguing against using density dependence and carrying capacity was not just about, was partly the uncertainty of carrying capacity, but also, but given that uncertainty, there was more certainty about prediction over 10 years without regard to carrying capacity. And do you acknowledge that there would be 40% fewer white-tailed eagles after 10 years, even though they would on this prediction reach. Are RSPB accurate in what they're claiming on the basis of their assumption of taking carrying capacity out?
So to answer whether or not RSPB's claim of 40% is accurate or not, it depends how they've calculated that, and what level of cumulative collision mortality that relates to. So if the matter in question is again, it's more, you know, is your question simply are RSPB correct in what they've said based on the calculation in the Balmenach scenario, or are we talking about cumulative collision risks that could be changed in a way? So,
I think yes. On the basis of the Balmenach population viability assessment and on their assessment of the counterfactual, is that a reasonable assessment to make, that there would be 40% fewer birds than after 10 years than would otherwise be the case without the wind farms, without the proposed wind farms?
So in the 10-year, I think I'm not sure we've looked at that. It could be something that I can look at, but focus on the 40% if you want me to answer that and how they've derived that.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should maybe have a look at their exact claim before we do that. So yeah, if we get hold of the RSPB objection to Balmenach, the one. That's it. Yeah. But they make the headline claim there for white-tailed eagles calculation. It would be almost 40% lower than if there was no mortality due to wind farms. And then they give an explanation. Yeah. I'll just make that a bit bigger. Yeah.
So which paragraph? So consequent proportion of Thai white-tailed eagle population be killed. Oh, is it the final paragraph?
Because oh no, it's further down in the collision values. So this is where they've carried out their counterfactual. It looks the counterfactual. And yeah, that's the point at which they've reached their calculation after 10 years, 0.6. I'm not sure if it says much about their assumptions there.
Yeah. So As for the benefit of other parties, is everyone aware of counterfactuals? Or is it helpful, or do we need to?
Well, if you could explain a bit further about, I mean, obviously it's not your position to use a counterfactual of population value, but the counterfactual population size. But is there something you can explain about from what you've read? Is something you can explain about how RSPB have reached their position? Mr. McMillan, if you know, then please do add.
I'm out of my league, I'm afraid.
Nicole Robinson, are you able to set out what you know about how RSPB have reached their position?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll do it simple. Sorry, is Andrew trying to make a point there?
No, it's still.
No, you're okay.
I'll take it down and come back before we leave this.
No, that's all right. So within RSPB Scotland's submission, on the BAM, it refers to a ratio of difference in the population size, and this is known as the counterfactual of the population size, and it's essentially produced by calculating the percentage change between the unimpacted growth curve, so the baseline with no added wind farm mortality, and the impacted growth curve. So that's with the growth curves with added wind farm mortality. So in the case of RSPB's 40% headline, if it's okay just to refer to that to save words, in this case it's based its calculation on the density independent model. And which, in my view, as I said, can predict quite unrealistic end population size of hundreds of pairs rather than tens of pairs. So in a density independent model, the difference between the simulated growth curves is generally much larger because they're not constrained. They don't start to level up. So in a way, the impacted growth curve doesn't, in a way, catch up at some point in time. So there's always a huge gap. But as I've said, this gap is a gap of possibly hundreds of birds, which is an unrealistic population.
Well,
size.
it would be hundreds of birds after 30 years, but after 10 years, it's not 10 years. Yes, more certainty about that.
There's a smaller gap. However, it would still be a difference in change in birds that might actually not be attainable. And it's, what we need to think about is what is the significance in that change? Would a reasonable population size for an area still be reached, or would it be exceeded with surplus birds? And so that's more the impact that I believe that we should look at when not just quantifying, but making a qualitative view on the significance of the effect, if that's helpful. Okay. So again, counterfactuals, I know we're onshore here, but they're generally used in sort of offshore wind farm assessments, and you may already be aware of that. And it's usually where there's uncertainty around seabird populations because they're much difficult to count. So, there's no guidance requirement for counterfactuals to be used in onshore assessments I'm aware of, and NatureScot don't currently request them as standard. And because there's generally much more certainty around terrestrial raptor populations, the ability for us to actively monitor and negate their use, and the population sizes are a bit smaller as well. So
even over 10 years, if we go back to the charts, density dependence model has, if a carrying capacity is set and you use the density dependence model, there's a different result. You don't have 40% fewer birds over 10 years. You have a smaller ratio of birds over 10 years, fewer birds.
Smaller ratio change. And so what we have done in our written submissions is looked at the Balmenic modelling process in response to the comments that have been made. And the Balmenic Wind Farm has identified potential for significant effects on white-tailed eagle based on the modelling, and some quite extreme modelling scenarios there of 10%, even at that point in time. Whether or not that's still the cumulative risk now maybe is irrelevant just for the matter of this discussion, but it would still reach a reasonable threshold of a population at 10 years. Yes, the RSPB's assertion that there would be a 40% gap, or even a gap at a smaller point in time, but it's still an unrealistic population. What RSPB haven't done is put that into context of the number of birds, and which is important. If we can just try and sort of set out what
is their calculation not taken direct from the model? Is that
it is, but it's
right.
What maybe their assertion can be construed as, and if it's potentially misleading, right. Again, if they're not actually looking at what the actual population size and just focusing on a percentage, how do we judge if that is significant? So
if one were to set a higher carrying capacity, presumably their claim would become, if a higher capacity was set, carrying capacity was set than is set in the model, their claim would look more like what the density dependent model would come out with as well, wouldn't it? So if
have to see the models.
Well, I suppose that's true, yeah. But just in principle, if you set a higher carrying capacity, if the density dependence affects the rate of change, then presumably if you set a higher carrying capacity, the change will, the impact of density dependence will happen slower, and therefore, it will look more like the chart on the right. It'll look more like the model, at least in the initial years, like the model with no density dependence. Is that not right?
Possibly.
Uh-huh.
I'd have to investigate the model a bit further, and look at the dynamics of it, and see how it's run.
Yeah.
But yes, they could be. But again, I'd prefer to come back to my point that whilst the RSPB have made that assertions, what is the percentage difference in the birds, and whether or not is that going to prevent it reaching a reasonable threshold? Is it going to produce surplus birds, which in effect can feed a national population recovery? And they're the essences of if effect is significant. So whilst RSPB Scotland can make an assertion of quantitative percentage changes, is the question not, is it a potentially significant effect?
Okay, well, we'll come on to the issue of significant effect. I think that's we can ask about that.
All right. I just want to answer the question. So anything else you think?
I don't think. I think you've answered. Well, you've said what I expected. So I think that's what you said. You've answered what I expected you to answer. So I don't think I've got anything else. But if anyone else has something come up to deal with on this, is Dr. Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, this might be leading on to your point G on the agenda, Mr. Seaton, but we're talking about carrying capacity of the white-tailed eagle population on Skye as if we'll reach a hard ceiling and then no more birds will be bred or no more birds will disperse elsewhere. Whereas I think Bob McMillan might help me with this one, but as I understand it, as the carrying capacity is reached, it's not like there will be no more birds, but they will disperse and repopulate other areas of the United Kingdom. And so significant reduction in the number of birds on Skye, which is effectively we're an incubator for white-tailed eagles, and breeding has been going reasonably well here. We're sort of ignoring the fact we're talking about carrying capacity as if that's the only limit, but actually, as birds reach the limit, they will then repopulate the rest of Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom, and surely that should be included in these calculations of significance and impact.
I think that is my point, G, but I'm happy to deal with it now if we go to that. Dr. Nicole Robinson, you have to respond.
The point here that we've been discussing is the regional impact. It's not to do with any other population re-establishing in England. That's beyond the realms, I believe, of something that we could assess. For example, its re-establishment in Wales. I don't think that's really anything to do. That has its own reintroduction projects.
Even across NHZ6, then birds that are excess on Skye will spread out across the western borders of Scotland.
But the modelling has done Skye and NHZ6, and it shows a similar trend that the population will still continue to grow and reach a carrying capacity. If we did increase the carrying capacity, it's very likely that the same growth curve would be expected. And so,
well, I would contend that the growth of the population across the United Kingdom is of interest. We can try to isolate it down to Skye or to NHZ6, but we're one united nation, aren't we? That's a bird species that has suffered incredibly at the iniquities and injustices inflicted upon it by mankind, or humankind, over the past couple of centuries, and it is just re-establishing itself. And we're seeing birds from Skye appear in the Isle of Wight and the Isle of Man and the south coast of England. So it's like they're incredibly mobile species, and so reducing the number of birds that successfully reach adulthood on the Isle of Skye is going to impact locally, regionally, and nationally, I would have thought. And I would have thought that would be something that need to be considered in making a decision.
I think that's the point of point G. This was point F, which discussed the regional.
Too, yeah, because they're relevant, aren't they?
I think I said I'm happy to deal with point G now. If you're happy to respond to that, Nicole Robinson.
Yep. So the potential impacts on the national white-tailed eagle population is again, it's not been an issue raised by NatureScot on this application. We haven't really there's been no requirement to explore the matter in detail, and NatureScot have set out in its response to this development and subsequently Glenolnish 2 and subsequent developments, that this is going to be a matter for future developments to consider and assess whether there is a cumulative collision risk estimated for the species continues to rise to a level that it causes concern.
I just on that, I haven't seen NatureScot's response to any of the other applications for which the EIA information has been submitted, but there was reference, I think, in the RSPB objection to Balmena to NatureScot having a position that there was potential to affect the reintroduction of white-tailed eagles to other areas, or the repopulation of other areas by white-tailed eagles. I think that was there. Am I not correct?
Yes. I think
so. That's
yeah.
Yes, just there on. So it's it's top of page 2 in NatureScot's response to the Glenolnish Wind Farm. NatureScot has stated that the high in isolation and cumulative collision risk will likely result in significant impacts on the growth rate of the national population and will slow the rate of range expansion and hinder progress towards restoring its former range across Scotland. Presumably, if one were to take the cumulative impact of all these turbines as the proposed development is contributing to that, presumably it would contribute to that effect as reported by RSPB. Of course, we haven't seen NatureScot's submission itself, so there may be other things said there that we don't know about.
So, is the question still, would the cumulative effect on Skye impact the white-tailed eagle national population, or the question is, would the value of the collision risk for this individual development impact on the national population growth? Is it the former, as in, would this cumulative picture in Skye impact on the national?
I think that's right. Yes.
Is that right? That's okay.
That's got to be the question. Yeah.
That's fine. But I think that's one of the agendas. So again, in my view, this would depend on whether the Skye population will continue to grow produce birds that are surplus to the requirement of the regional population, above what the region can support, either by carrying capacity or, as I said, for Nature Scott, for golden eagle, there's been a favourable conservation status assessment done. That hasn't been done for white-tailed eagles, so we're not aware of what thresholds for favourable conservation status Nature Scott anticipate for Skye or for NHZ6 or other NHZs. However, we can go back to the simplicity, is that would the cumulative effect on Skye still allow the population to grow, to reach and exceed the carrying capacity, and produce birds that are in a way surplus to requirement and can support the species re-establishment nationally? And if you want to explain that to the rest of the UK, and I believe the modelling process that has been done for Balminic does show that. It does show that the population would continue to grow, maybe at a slower rate, but it would continue to reach and provide surplus birds. So when we look at when we look at what Nature Scott defines as significant effect, and again, I think it is helpful for us to look at not necessarily, okay, so there's maybe a decrease in the number of pairs from 800 to 300. When we look at a significant effect in terms of Nature Scott guidance, and that is on assessing the significance of impacts on birds populations from onshore wind farms, do not protected areas.
Now, you submitted guidance on that, haven't you?
It was, yeah. So it's quite a long one that I couldn't remember the full name of.
Is it the? Let me see. It's called assessing the significance of impacts on bird population from onshore wind farms that do not affect protected areas. Right. I'll share that, and we can maybe tell me where I should go in it.
There's a series of 3 bullet points, I think.
Okay.
Scroll down. Stop.
Right.
Full.
That's favourable conservation status. That's not it. Scale. Assessing whether effects on bird species is significant. Right. Okay.
That's it. So as I've said, even when we're talking about cumulative risk, we can sum them, but actually, there are a lot of qualitative argument, justification to be put as to why an impact should be judged as significant, and that's quite important. So for the modelling that has been done for the wind farm, so for Balminic, it shows that the population still, even with quite a very high level of mortality, the population in Skye would continue to grow, and NHZ6 would continue to grow. So when we look at the reasoning for identifying a potentially significant effect on bird species, can it be justified that the cumulative effect would prevent a recovering or reintroduced species from reaching favourable conservation status at a national or international level? The cumulative impact from Skye would still allow surplus birds to be produced and to assist in the species recovering across its range towards a favourable conservation status in Scotland. We don't know what that favourable conservation status is, though. What number of pairs in Scotland it would be. Nature Scott hasn't set that. It's set it for golden eagles.
Okay. Right. Well, that's covered. I think that covers my questions. Does anyone else have anything on either point E on the agenda, point G on the agenda? So about the cumulative effect in relation to modelling for Balminic. Yep, Mr. McMillan.
Yeah, it's just that we seem to have skipped point F.
We have skipped point F. Yeah, we haven't skipped it. We were going to come back to it.
Right.
It's just that I think someone reads a question about. I think Dr. Robinson reads a question about point G. So we just carried on to that, but we will come back to point F.
Can I speak about point F just now?
Well, just if nobody else has anything on E or G, give you pause to think, and I'll read my questions and just see if there was anything else coming out of them. I don't think I have anything else on point G. Right, or point E. So unless anyone else wants to raise anything on the Balmenic modelling, no. Okay. Sorry. So we'll go on to point F, and yes, Mr. McMillan, if you'd like to make a comment on point F,
I think the general point I want to make, and this is specifically in relation to golden eagles, and there's reference here to obviously the impact on golden eagles, even although the collision risk assessment is probably just around 1 eagle per year. I think what needs to be understood about the golden eagle population in Skye is that in terms of the number of pairs, there's been a slight decline. I referenced a couple of publications in my submission, both publications privately by Ken Crane and Ken and Kate Crane, who studied golden eagles in Skye for 35 years. And coincidentally, they were actually involved in monitoring much of this area on behalf of Howarth Conservation in the early stages. So a lot of the collision risk assessment were based on their observations. And I've no reason to doubt these. The point I would make is that golden eagle territories, there would be something like 31 or 32 territories, maybe 25 years ago, and that number has now declined probably by 5 or 6. In addition to that, productivity has declined quite significantly. And I would just make the point that when the assessment in golden eagle productivity was made, when Skye was supposed to be in a favourable state, I suspect that that's no longer the case, because at that time, there was a mean fledging rate per year of something like 0.56. And since then, it dropped between 2014 and 2018, it dropped to 0.32. Now, the problem is that since 2018, there has been no systematic monitoring of the golden eagle population. So there's an absolute absence of data. And it's very difficult to see whether this trend has continued. I mean, the reason that there's an absence of data is because Ken Crane fell ill and has now passed away. And there's been no attempt, even within the special protection area for golden eagles in Skye, or elsewhere on the island, including Rassay, to monitor the population properly. So the observation I'm simply making is that it's extremely difficult for people to predict, the potential effect and losses when we actually don't know how the population stands at this specific time. And it's really a cry out to ensure that an independent survey is carried out, because we're approaching nearly 10 years since the last one was done. There was a national survey carried out in 2015, but it's difficult to make comparisons. White-tailed eagles are monitored annually by members of the Highland Raptor Study Group, and developers have access to these figures, but since 2018, there are no comparable figures for golden eagle. So in some respects, some of the analytical tools that are being used are probably inappropriate, because the baseline figures are probably different. And I say probably because I don't know. But that is just it's a simple point that I just wish to make, that there is a significant absence of data for golden eagles.
So in terms of the modelling that's been done, I think in this case it's been done for Glenulinish. Does that have an effect on population viability analysis for golden eagles? And does it have an effect on the question of significance? Nicole Robinson.
I think so just for context, so we haven't looked at the Barmonic golden eagle population model
Right, okay.
just the Glenulinish one. Simply because it's such a very low collision risk for golden eagle was predicted for the proposed development, and therefore, our contribution to a potentially significant cumulative effect seemed very unlikely, and Nature's quite distant agree. So it hasn't really been fully explored. However, the way in which the population models are built, they are built around baseline populations. They are built around, at a point in time based on information available, and they're based on productivity, as Mr. McMillan has commented on, and they can change. And so it would be a case of, if there is justification from Mr. McMillan that some of the values used in the models are inaccurate, then maybe that's something that we can explore, but you'd have to clarify what those are for me to answer a bit further. So does he disagree with the parameters of the model, or is this just a general general explanation that we maybe don't know so much about golden eagles and how this is relevant to the proposed development? I think if I can state that as part of this application, there is a very clear commitment to help monitor golden eagles in the future. If I can say, I wasn't aware, kind of passed away, and that's very sad news to hear. I'm aware of the amount of work he's done on golden eagles, so it's quite sad to hear. But aside, this development has made a quite clear commitment to establish a monitoring program for white-tailed eagles and golden eagles on Skye, subject to consent. So, it's in terms of the model, I would have to say that maybe precautionary assumptions would have been made by the independent expert that produced the model. I think it might have been Dr. Alan Fielding or Phil Whitfield, and they would have made professional judgment over any uncertainty. And I'm not sure anyone's questioned those parameters, but certainly if Mr. McMillan wants to question those specific parameters, we can look into those either now or through a further submission.
Perhaps that's the way to deal with it. If there was something specific, I think it's the Glenulinish model that you've been looking at in particular, right?
That's what we looked at. As I said, we haven't looked in detail at cumulative collision risk for golden eagle because they haven't been raised as a concern by consultees on this. But I'm absolutely happy to discuss it for the benefit of the hearing if we so want to.
I don't know how far we can go into inaccuracies in the cumulative model for Glenulinish for impact on gold, or the population viability analysis done for Glenulinish in respect to golden eagle, simply because I can't say I've read it in any detail. But if there is something, and if there is something subsequently that Mr. McMillan wants to raise about that, perhaps we could deal with that in a written submission.
I think my only observation would be that one of the issues that's affecting developers is the proximity, for example, to the Coolin Special Protection Area for golden eagles. So the Coolin SPA is the only real protective zone. It's one of only a handful of protective areas for golden eagles in the country. And performance there was monitored. It was said to be in favourable condition, I think in 2005 or 2006. And although there's been monitoring by the cranes subsequent to that, in some years the productivity was as low as 1. For example, I think it was in, I have the details somewhere.
The number of what do you mean by productivity exactly?
In terms of there are 8 designated pairs within the Coolin SPA. So you would expect productivity if it was healthy, you would expect productivity to be something like either 0.4 or 0.5 young per pair per year. And what I'm saying is that in some years it's been as low as only one young produced per 8 pairs.
Right.
So in a sense, well below the kind of threshold.
Is that,
And
the number fledged, or is that?
Yes, that's the number of fledged.
Right.
And that's one of the challenges of not just the sky population, because of my understanding and my background with this is obviously being friends of the cranes, who were friends of Paul Howarth, who was responsible for some of the original work here, who also did work in Mull. And my understanding is that in other parts of NHZ 6, for example, Mull, there's a similar problem arising in terms of declining productivity among golden eagle pairs. I mean, there's a number of sort of issues related to that. In some respects, these are counteracted by the fact that golden eagle productivity is better elsewhere. You know, so it's improving elsewhere as persecution is removed, but in sky you have a situation where it's in decline, and it has been in steady decline. Now that's well documented in the Crane's book Island Eagles. I think it's page 2210 to 211. It's maybe not scientifically tested, but it's tested in terms of their observations, which, as I say, ceased around 2018. So we now have that gap, and we don't know whether that decline in productivity is continuing. And it's one of the issues that really nobody is looking at properly. And I raised it in my own submission because I felt it was pertinent and was being ignored.
Is there an issue about avian influenza as well, Bob, and its impact on the population? An unknown issue, perhaps, or
Well, I think it did cause avian influenza did cause a blip in terms of white-tailed eagle productivity, and also there was mortality in the golden eagle population as well. But because of the timing of it, it occurred at a time, you know, when a lot of stuff wasn't being followed up, and also some of the rules associated with HPAI meant that, you know, there was a reluctance on the part of raptor workers to go into nests and handle birds or handle young birds and get them away for analysis. But it certainly affected productivity on Skye for 1 year and maybe the following year to some extent. But there does seem to be a recovery now. It has to be said.
Right. Well, yeah, Nicole Robinson, yeah.
So if I might, again, I'm just, you know, it's helpful to have this discussion, I feel. I think, but I'm just trying to drill down into what the point, not necessarily the relevance that Mr. McMillan is trying to make. I think in terms of the avian influenza, which I'll do with the freshest point first, is that, you know, I think there's possibly the suggestion that the models which we've looked at that have looked at how cumulative windfall mortality risks might influence population growth. I think there's an assertion that avian influenza would have a potentially substantial impact on these growth curves, but as Mr. McMillan has stated, it's caused a temporary blip, and there is evidence, and I think we've referred to it in one of our written submissions, that you know, the white-tailed eagle population has still continued to grow. It still continues to grow. So there might have been a blip in, say, 2022, possibly 2023 productivity, and, you know, which a model could capture by physically altering that the productivity for that year. But actually, it's recovered well, and new pairs are being found. And so actually, is there potentially a substantial emission in any of the wind farm models that have been produced? No, because it's a very small temporary impact. On the productivity of golden eagles, again, it's sort of, it's a similar thing, is have any of the models potentially underestimated or overestimated the growth curve? Again, I would have to look into the model parameters and understand which specific values Mr. McMillan queries may have been under or overestimated in their use, along with the professional judgment that was applied by the experts that produced the models. And so it's quite hard for us to discuss that on this hearing, but we could follow it up. I want to get back to the point on golden eagle cumulative collision risks, and which is why this point is on the agenda, and that it's not been raised as a potentially significant concern for this development. There is quite a lot of evidence that says that displacement impacts are the more potentially significant impacts. Whilst collision risks may occur, they are undoubtedly likely to be rare on the basis of the avoidance behaviour we've seen from golden eagles, and I don't think that could be questioned, because the evidence is very much there and extensive. And in more modern times, the focus has been to assess habitat loss impacts through the golden eagle topographical model, which has been done for this development and subsequently for other developments, and that for me is more the main focus than discussing collision risk models and population viability models based on cumulative collision risks. That's my view, but Nature Scott also hasn't argued with it.
I wouldn't disagree with that view, Mr. Seaton. And also in the book that I quoted, Kate Crane also talks about the wind farm developments potentially encroaching in terms of habitat loss on 4 golden eagle territories. So that's recognised. So in a sense, if you have habitat loss from four pairs of golden eagles that aren't doing very well anyway, there's going to be a potential impact there, and that would be my only observation. And the difficulty is now that we don't know what that impact is, because we don't have the actual population data, and nobody's actually studying the pairs and knowing where they are, or whether there's any changes, or what the productivity is. When the productivity may have gone sky high, but I don't think that's the case. I suspect that trend of declining productivity is continuing. And I mean, ironically, one of the views of the cranes was always that it was partly due to competition with white-tailed eagles. So in a sense, the fate of golden eagles is wrapped up in that as well.
So you're not personally particularly concerned about this development's impact in terms of collision risk with golden eagles, or the impact collectively, or well, I mean, that's the first question.
Well, the point is that the cumulative risk to golden eagles is less than 1. But in a declining population with poor productivity, 1 golden eagle per year is, as far as I'm concerned, an unnecessary additional risk. On the scale of things, it may be small, but you have to understand what the population dynamics are to put that into proper context.
Paul Robinson.
I don't have anything further to add on that, other than just specifically to looking at this development and the potential for significant impacts that has been assessed in detail on golden eagle. That is the displacement impact, and it is concluded as non-significant.
Yeah, no, I understand that. In terms of Mr. McMillan's question about the effect, how the effect has been taken into account in the collision risk model. What the kind of baseline data, or the data that's been used, and whether it takes into account data that would indicate a declining population. Is that something that you could investigate and reply to subsequently? So the question would be: has the population viability assessment for Glenulinish taken into account low reported productivity of 2018 and lack of reporting on population subsequent to that?
It's something we can look at. I can take a look at the parameters that have been used. For example, what the parameters have been used, and it may be helpful if Mr. McMillan could set out what he believes the values should be and the information sources. Maybe that, but I can take a look and provide my judgment on that, or consult the authors of the model on their view, for example. We could look to do that.
There are just on that point, in McMillan's written submission, he does refer to hold on, declining productivity. Right. No, it's just to mention declining successful breeding rate of golden eagles on Skye would also make a strong argument for population viability assessment for this species. Current productivity rate for golden eagles is below a level where the population will sustain itself. Yeah, I think that's all you say, isn't it, Mr. McMillan? In the
yeah. I haven't got into any detail on it. I mean, it's just it's simply looking at productivity on the basis of looking at individual pairs. Which was the work that the Cranes did for 35 years.
So perhaps is the question, is the productivity rates, so therefore the demographics that have been used in the Glenulinish 2 wind farm model, appropriate based on that assertion? Are they too precautionary or not precautionary enough?
Is that a reasonable question to ask from Ms. McMillan?
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly reasonable question. Yeah,
it's just so we can provide a helpful response. So if we can take a look at the model parameters and make a judgment as to whether or not a too high or too low productivity value might have been used in the model.
Good. Well, if you're able to answer things, there's one other thing you were going to answer subsequently. That would be helpful if you could answer that question subsequently.
I think I might have already answered it in that.
Oh, right.
I think so, unless there's a specific point you feel that hasn't been answered. It would have been on the golden eagles and possibly about displacement impacts.
No, I think you've
covered.
Were you right? Okay. Were you not going to answer the point about? I'm sorry. So you're going to reply to me about population assessment, about the population viability assessment for golden eagles. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk through what the Glenulinish 2 wind farm model did produce, like the conclusions of that, if that's helpful.
I'm sorry. I'd asked a question for you to respond to subsequently. You're saying about, in respect of what we were discussing with Mr. McMillan in terms of the productivity and whether productivity levels have been taken into account in the Glenulinish model. Are you saying that you've responded to that already?
So have a lowered level of productivity been taken into account in the Glenulinish model?
Yeah.
We need to have a look at what productivity value was what was used in detail in the model, and we haven't looked at those specific parameters in detail. But it's something that we can do in a further submission if that was helpful.
Yes, yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. Yes,
Mhm.
that's what I was.
Yeah,
that's what I was
sorry.
getting at. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. So I think that is there anything anyone else wants to raise now, Dr. Robinson?
There was one more point we were going to come back to, which was
Yes.
referring again to the RSPB's letter of the 13th of March 2025, 3.008. The electronic page 9. They say all ornithological recommendations made in the RSPB's letter dated 21st of August 2023 still stand in relation to assessment of impact and mitigation. And then there was a question, what were the mitigations that the RSPB had recommended?
Of course,
they are outlined in document CD002.018, page 2.
Right. Just need to get hold of that.
Yeah. It starts on page 1. We make the following recommendations for further survey, assessment and mitigation. And then page 2 it details them.
I just should have. Right. So, right. So remind me where is it in the document?
You've got the first page of the covering letter that goes with it. At the bottom paragraph, bottom sentence, we make the following recommendations for further survey, assessment and mitigation on page 1. And then on page 2, it outlines those recommendations. And in the 2025 document, they state none of those have been implemented.
So we've got applicants should revise their collision risk modelling using the baseline flight data. Well, we've addressed that, I think, for at least for white-tailed eagle.
I think it was specific to the mitigation measures.
It was, yeah.
The question was with the mitigation measures, right? The issue was right. So we got
third, fourth, and fifth bullet points in white-tailed eagles.
Reduce the number of turbines. Consider further ways to reduce collision risk by painting a blade black, and revise the draft habitat management plan. Yeah. And then for golden eagle. Yeah. There is a written response to this, but do you want to cover it off in discussion briefly? What you said in the written response to RSPB? Nicole Robinson, I'm looking at you. Sorry, I forget that I can't look at people on there.
Sorry, no. So yes, we did respond to it. So the requirement for turbine removal locations isn't identified. Given the very low level of risk this development would contribute. The habitat management measures, I think there was an updated habitat management plan which was submitted. And and which includes habitat management areas of moorland away from the turbine location. So I believe it must have satisfied. In terms of the blade painting, this is a relatively new approach to mitigation that is arising in Scotland. That, to the best of my knowledge, it's not been implemented at any wind farm I'm aware of, and whether or not it would be acceptable to Nature Scott is questionable given the potential landscape and visual impacts it might also have. And so there's a balance to be struck there. It's not to say that it couldn't be proposed, it's just if it can be proposed in consultation with Nature Scott at some point. My understanding is, given Nature Scott's responses from elsewhere, is that it's not currently an option for Scotland because of landscape and visual impacts and its understanding of the efficacy of the mitigation. So hence it is not proposed at this time.
And you want to cover the golden eagle points too? Mitigation points.
Which of those have we got them on screen? What was the golden eagle?
Sorry, I will share it.
Thank you.
There we are. So that's golden eagle ones there.
So the requirements for mitigation. So remove the turbines. Again, the identification of turbine removal hasn't been identified in view of identifying potentially significant effects on golden eagle, either through collision risk or displacement, loss of foraging habitat. We've assessed displacement in quite extensive detail within the assessment that hasn't identified potential for significant effects. Coupled with that, the inclusion of what I understand is quite extensive habitat management away from the turbines should increase prey densities locally for golden eagles and result in the benefit.
That's primarily by peat restoration and south of the site and
improving moorland habitats for prey species. Yes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. Well, does that cover your point, Dr. Robinson?
Yeah, except for they use
RSPB don't agree. Yeah,
the RSPB don't agree, and the applicant is again making the argument that that their assessment is that not many birds will be impacted by their development. Well, I think we've clearly made the argument today that the way they've come to that assessment is not adequate, and that more birds would be killed by their development. Bearing in mind the adjacent wind farms and the failures in their overall assessment methodologies that we pointed out, and that the RSPB and Nature Scott 2 years monitoring it. I would need to recite all that again. So they're basing their argument for not mitigating on figures that I believe should be higher, collision risk figures that should be higher.
Does anyone else want to add anything final to? I think if that's kind of reaching a kind of final point. So I will give the applicant the last word. Does anyone else want to say anything for Spike? Mr. McMillan, do you want to say anything further?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. So Nicole Robinson, do you want to, or anyone from the applicant, do you want to say anything final to sum up? Given that there'll be closing submissions, obviously, but is there anything that we need to cover that we haven't covered?
I believe so.
All right.
I'm just going to say that I think Ms. Robinson's better placed.
Okay. Fair enough. Right. Okay. Well, if no one's got anything further, I'll thank you for everyone for taking part in a fairly marathon session, rather longer than I'd intended, but very, very useful to go through all of that. Yeah, I'm sorry to detain you beyond 2 o'clock, Ms. Robinson. So, but it has been helpful, I think. Okay. So with that, I'll close the meeting if no one else has anything further to add. Okay.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.